Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was raised by a clan of wandless Nordic seers? Snow squeaked under Harry's boots. It was the only sound he could trust. Everything else in the ironwood lied. The trees stood too straight. The air held its breath. Even the moonlight felt thin, like it didn't want to touch the ground. Harry kept moving anyway, shoulders tight, hand inside his cloak, fingers wrapped around a smooth stone that was warm from his skin. The wolf padded beside him without leaving prints. It looked like a wolf. It moved like one. Its fur was darker than the night, and it had eyes that caught light the way a knife did. Harry did not call it a pet. The clan did not call it a pet either. It was his filja. It had chosen him the way storms chose a shore. A whisper slid between the trunks. Not a voice. More like pressure on the side of his head. Harry stopped. His breath came out fast and white. He listened with his whole body. The wolf's ears flicked. His head dipped, nose close to the snow. There. A thread. Harry could not see threads of WIRD the way he saw trees. It was not visual like that. It was a pull, a warning, a sense of intent before it became action. He felt it now, like someone had tugged the back of his collar. Something ahead wanted him. He crouched. The cold went straight through his trousers into his knees. He did not flinch. He kept his eyes on the dark. Another whisper. Closer. The wolf's lip lifted. No growl. Just teeth. Harry slid the stone out. He rubbed his thumb over a carved line that cut across it. Shallow but sharp enough to catch skin. Thura says. His mouth was dry. He swallowed, then breathed out slow. Thura says. He said, quiet and flat, like a fact. The stone warmed. The air around it tightened. He threw it. It did not fly like a normal stone. It snapped forward, as if the space between Harry and the trees had been pulled tight. It struck something unseen with a dull crack that Harry felt in his teeth. The wood screamed. A shape tore itself into view, forced out of hiding by the rune's bite. It was a stag at first glance because it had antlers. Then it moved and the lie fell apart. It had too many joints. Its legs bent the wrong way. Its chest was a rib cage made of frost, and smoke poured out of the gaps like breath that never ended. Its eyes were empty, but its attention slammed into Harry like a shove. The wolf launched. It hit the thing's side and sank into nothing, jaws snapping through smoke. It should have fallen through. Instead, the stag staggered as if the bite mattered. Harry's heart hammered. The cold air burned his throat. He pulled a second stone from his pouch with stiff fingers. Algies. He did not have time to think about the right choice. He felt the thread shift. The stag wanted to gore him. Not in a simple way. Not just antlers into flesh. It wanted to hook his spirit and rip it out. Harry pressed the Algies stone to the inside of his wrist. Algies, the rune flared. The air in front of him hardened. Not a wall. More like an invisible curve that made the world say no. The stag charged. Snow kicked up behind it. His hooves did not land right. They landed too lightly, like it was mostly idea. Harry held his ground. The antlers hit the ward with a crack like ice splitting on a lake. The force jolted through Harry's arm. Pain shot up to his elbow. His teeth clicked together. The ward held. The stag recoiled, head twisting. Smoke poured faster. It screamed again, and this time Harry felt it inside his ribs. The wolf circled, fast and low. It moved like a shadow that had learned to hunt. Harry's fingers shook. He hated when they shook. It was not fear, not exactly. It was his body dealing with cold and adrenaline, and he was still learning to control it. The thread jerked again. The stag was not giving up. It was going to shift, go around, hit him from a side angle that made the ward less sure. Harry grabbed another stone, smaller, sharper at the edges. Essay. He breathed out, slow, and pushed the word through his teeth. ISA. Cold answered cold. A line of frost snapped across the snow in front of him. It spread toward the stag like a crawling white crack. The stag tried to leap. His hooves hit the edge of Isa's reach and locked. For 1 second it was real enough to be trapped. That was all Harry needed. He ran forward, boots punching into snow, lungs burning. The ward stayed with him close like a shell. He closed the distance and shoved Thurisaz again. This time not throwing, just pressing the rune stone into the stag's frozen chest. The rune bit hard. The stag convulsed. Smoke exploded outward. The antlers thrashed and scraped the ward with a horrible screech. Harry's arm screamed with pain. He held on anyway. The wolf snapped at the stag's throat, teeth sinking into something that was not flesh but acted like it was. Harry pushed. Thurisaz did not kill cleanly. It broke. It disrupted. It made things fall apart. The stag's ribs cracked into shards of ice that scattered across the snow. The smoke collapsed, sucked inward like breath being taken back. The antlers broke free and fell, clattering, then faded as if they had never been. In the sudden quiet, Harry dropped to one knee. His stomach rolled. He sucked air in fast. His hands were numb. His wrist throbbed where Algi's had been pressed. Sweat cooled on his spine, and the cold turned it sharp. The wolf came to him, nose against his shoulder. Harry reached up and gripped its fur. Felt real. Felt warm. That mattered. "Done," he whispered. The word came out rough. The wolf huffed like it agreed. Harry forced himself upright. He looked around. The ironwood looked normal again, which meant it was even more dangerous. He did not relax. A thin trail of frost led deeper into the trees, a sign of where the stag had been pulled from. Harry followed it for a few steps and found what he expected. A knot, not rope, not cloth, not anything physical. A place where the air felt wrong, like two stories had been pushed together and refused to blend. Harry crouched again, careful. His knees protested. He ignored it. He touched the knot with 2 fingers and felt a pulse, distant and old. The clan called these places seams. Places where the world was thin. Places where spirits slipped through, where hungry things found ways in. Harry pressed his palm flat on the snow beside it and took out a 4th stone. Kenneth. He did not speak the word this time. He just breathed into it. The rune warmed. A clean heat slid into the air. Not bright, not flashy. The seam tightened. The pulse dulled. Harry stayed there for a moment, hands still on the snow, feeling the world settle. Then he stood and turned back. He had to walk a long way to get home. The glade sat in a hollow surrounded by pines. The snow here was smoother, untouched except for the paths the clan used. Wooden buildings crouched low to the ground, roofs heavy with white. Smoke rose from vents, thin and steady. It smelled like pine and meat and something bitter that made Harry's nose sting. Torches burned at the edge of the circle. Their light flickered against carved posts. Runes had been cut into every surface that mattered. The wolf trotted ahead, then paused at the boundary stones, waiting. Harry stepped over the line. The air changed. It was warmer inside, not by much, but enough that his fingers stopped hurting in that sharp way. His shoulders dropped a fraction. A door opened on the nearest longhouse. Light spilled out. Voices followed. An older man stepped out first. He was broad, beard braided tight, eyes pale and steady. He wore a cloak made of thick wool and something darker at the collar. Behind him came a woman with gray hair and a face lined by wind. She held herself like she had once been a fighter, even if her hands were now stained with herbs and ink. They did not run to Harry. They never ran. The man looked at Harry's wrist. "You bled." Harry glanced down. He had not noticed. The skin had split slightly where the runestone had pressed too hard. A thin line of blood had dried, dark against his pale skin. "It's nothing," Harry said. The woman's gaze flicked to the wolf. "The beast, gone." The man nodded once. Approval without praise. That was how they did it here. He stepped closer. Harry stayed where he was. The man took Harry's wrist and turned it, inspecting the cut. His grip was firm, not gentle, not cruel. "You held Algi's against a charge," the man said. "Your arm will ache." Harry shrugged. "It did not break." The woman snorted like that was both the point and not the point. She stepped in, fingers already pulling a strip of cloth from her pouch. "Inside," she said. "You're shaking." "I'm not," Harry said automatically. The wolf pushed its head against Harry's hip. Harry hated that it agreed with her. He went inside. The longhouse was warm enough to make his cheeks sting as they thawed. Firelight danced over wooden beams. The air was thick with smoke and food. People sat around low tables, bowls in front of them, knives on the wood. They looked up as Harry entered. Some nodded. Some did not. No one cheered. No one clapped. Harry preferred it that way. A child about his size watched him with wide eyes, then looked away fast when Harry glanced back. Harry did not know the child's name. The clan did not shove names at him. You learned them when you earned them, when you shared work, when you survived winter together. Harry moved toward the bench near the fire. The woman with gray hair sat him down and wrapped his wrist with quick, practiced movements. "You used Thuris's first," she said, not a question. "It was hiding. It wanted you," she corrected. Harry did not answer. He stared into the fire. The flames were small but steady. He could hear the crackle. He could feel the heat on his face. His legs finally started to tremble, tiredness catching up now that he was safe. The man sat across from him. "Your trial is done." Harry's throat tightened. That sentence carried weight here. He nodded once. The woman tied the cloth and slapped his hand lightly, like she was done fussing. "You did not panic." Harry swallowed. "I wanted to." "That's fine," she said. "You didn't." The man reached for a cup and pushed it across the table. A bitter drink steamed inside it. Harry drank. Tasted like burned herbs. It warmed his stomach. Around them the clan went back to eating. Quiet voices. Clink of bowls. Someone laughed once, sharp and short. Harry's Filja lay near the door, head on its paws, eyes half shut. It watched everyone anyway. The man spoke again, lower now. "The seam was there because the world is turning." Harry looked up. Turning toward what? The woman's eyes met his. They were the color of storm clouds. "You know." Harry did know. He did not like it. He had been having dreams for weeks that left him cold even under fur blankets. Dreams that were not dreams. Threads tugging him in the night. A pulse under his scar that felt like a warning. He touched his forehead without thinking. The scar sat under his hair, quiet for now. "I don't want it," he said. The man's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Something like respect. "Wanting has nothing to do with it." Harry stared at him. "That's a stupid rule." The woman actually smiled at that, brief. "Yes, and it's still true." Harry finished the drink. His stomach settled. His breathing slowed. He forced himself to ask, "Am I going to see it tonight?" Neither of them answered right away, which was answer enough. The longhouse emptied slowly. People took bowls, wiped tables, fed the fire. No one told Harry to sleep. They did not command him like that. He followed because it was what came next. His sleeping space was a narrow room off the main hall, separated by a thick curtain. He lay on his back under furs, staring at the wooden ceiling. He could hear the wind outside, low and constant. The wolf curled at the foot of his bedding. Harry shut his eyes. He did not fall asleep the normal way. He never had. The first shift was always in his stomach, like he was dropping down a hill. Then his skin went prickly, like cold water had been poured over him. Then the world went quiet in a way that felt wrong. His breathing stayed. His heart stayed. But his mind slipped sideways. The clan called it cedar. Harry called it the part of his life that scared him the most. The darkness behind his eyelids brightened. Not with light, with images. He was in a graveyard. He knew it without knowing how. The air smelled of damp earth and rotting leaves. Mist curled low across the ground. A stone wall surrounded the place, and beyond it trees stood like they were listening. Harry could not see his own body. He was not standing. He was not floating. He was just there, shoved into the scene like someone had pressed his face against a window. A man knelt in the dirt near a stone marker. The man's hair was thin and greasy. His hands shook as he dug. He wore a cloak that was too big for him, soaked through. A second figure stood nearby, thin and tall, face hidden by a hood. Something moved at its feet. A snake, thick and pale, sliding through the grass. Harry's scar burned. He hissed a breath through his teeth. The pain sharpened, pulsing like a heartbeat that was not his. The man dug faster. He pulled out a bundle wrapped in cloth. He opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was bone. Harry's throat tightened. His stomach rolled. The hooded figure spoke. The voice was high and cold at the same time. It sounded like it had been scraped raw. Harry could not catch all the words. The wind ate them. But he caught enough. Father, bone, flesh, blood. The kneeling man whimpered. He was crying or close to it, but his hands did not stop. He dragged a cauldron into view, heavy and iron. It sat in a shallow pit like it had been waiting. The hooded figure leaned over the cauldron. Under the hood was not a face. It was something smaller, twisted, pale as a grub. Harry's stomach lurched hard. He gagged. The cauldron filled with potion. It sloshed. It steamed. The kneeling man cut his own arm. Blood poured. He moaned, a broken sound. He tipped his wrist over the cauldron and watched it drip. Harry's scar flared so sharply his whole head felt like it was splitting. He tried to pull away. He could not. The hooded thing raised a hand. Pointed. The snake moved closer to the kneeling man, brushing his leg. The kneeling man whispered, voice cracking, "Master." Harry's skin crawled. His mouth went dry. Then the hooded thing fell into the cauldron. For a moment, there was nothing but bubbling potion and mist and the sound of the kneeling man sobbing. Then the cauldron exploded. Potion sprayed. Mist tore away. A shape rose out of the cauldron, tall and white, slick with liquid, mouth open in a sound that was half scream, half laugh. Harry's scar burned like someone had jammed a hot iron into it. The tall figure lifted its head. Its face formed as if the flesh was remembering how to sit on bone. Red eyes opened, and they looked straight at Harry. Harry's breath stopped. The figure smiled. It was not human. It spoke, voice low and cold and full of certainty. Harry did not hear the words. He felt them. He felt the intent like a hook. A thread snapped tight, stretching from that graveyard across distance and time, straight into Harry's scar. Harry tried to scream. Nothing came out. The world tilted. The graveyard ripped away. Harry's eyes flew open in the dark. He bolted upright, gasping. Sweat soaked his shirt. The furs slid off his shoulders. The wolf was already on its feet, ears forward, eyes bright. Harry's hands shook. He pressed his palm to his scar. Throbbed, hot and angry. He breathed fast, trying to get enough air. His stomach heaved. He shoved the curtain aside and stumbled into the main hall. The fire had burned low. Embers glowed red. Two figures sat by the coals, as if they had been waiting all night. The man with the braided beard. The gray-haired woman. Harry hated that they were never surprised. He barely made it to the bucket by the door before he threw up. It burned his throat. Tasted bitter, half herbs, half fear. When he was done, he leaned over the bucket, panting, saliva stringing from his lips. The woman came behind him and put a hand on his back. It was firm. It held him up. "Breathe," she said. Harry did. It hurt. The man did not move from the bench. His pale eyes stayed on Harry's face. "Tell us." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His wrist stung where the bandage rubbed. "Graveyard," he said, voice hoarse. The woman's hand tightened slightly on his back. "Who was there?" "A man," Harry said. "A rat man." He swallowed, trying to steady himself. "And something else. Small. Not right." The man's eyes narrowed. "A servant." Harry nodded, then flinched as his scar pulsed again. Like it was angry he was speaking it aloud. "They used bone," he forced out. "They used blood. They put him in a cauldron and he came out. He looked at me." The room went very still. The fire popped softly. Outside, wind pushed against the walls. The gray-haired woman spoke, quiet now. "Did you hear his name?" Harry's tongue felt thick. "Not a name. But I know who it is." The man's jaw tightened. "Say it." Harry hated saying it. Names mattered. Names pulled threads. "Voldemort," Harry said. The wolf made a low sound, not a growl but close. The woman blew out a breath. "So the knot is tightening." Harry stared at them. I'm 11. The man's eyes did not soften. So was he when his path began. That's not fair, Harry snapped, louder than he meant. His voice cracked. He hated that too. The woman's hand slipped from his back to his shoulder. No, it is not fair. But it is true. Harry's chest rose and fell too fast. He pressed both hands to the edge of the bucket until his knuckles went pale. I don't want to go south, he said. The words came out flat, like he had chopped them off. I don't want wands. I don't want their rules. The man leaned forward slightly. You will go where the thread pulls. Harry looked at him, anger hot under the lingering fear. What if I cut it? The man's gaze sharpened. You can try. The woman spoke before it could turn into a fight. Eat, drink water, then sleep again. The vision took something from you. Harry wanted to argue. He did not. His body felt heavy now, like someone had poured lead into his bones. He drank water. He ate a piece of bread even though his stomach clenched at the thought. He went back to his bedding and lay down. The wolf curled against his legs. Harry stared at the ceiling until the embers faded and the room went darker. He slept, but it was shallow and broken. When he woke, daylight filtered through smoke holes and gaps in the walls. The clan was already moving. Someone chopped wood outside. Someone sang softly near the cooking area, voice low. Harry sat up and rubbed his face. His scar was quiet again. That was almost worse. He dressed and stepped outside. The cold hit him like a slap, cleared his head. His breath came out in a thick cloud. The glade looked clean in daylight. Snow piled on roofs. Smoke rose straight up. The boundary stones sat half-buried, runes carved deep. Harry walked toward the edge of the circle to where the lake lay beyond the trees. The lake was frozen over, flat and pale, with a dusting of snow across it. The sky above it was steel gray. He liked the lake, felt honest. It was cold and still, and it did not pretend to be anything else. He walked along the shore. That was when he saw it, a dark lump near the reeds. Harry's stomach dropped. He approached slowly, eyes fixed on the shape. It was an owl. It lay on its side, wings tucked awkwardly, feathers stiff with ice. Its eyes were half closed. Frost clung to its beak. One leg was stretched out like it had tried to land and failed. Harry crouched. The snow soaked into his trousers. He did not care. He reached out and touched the owl's chest with 2 fingers. Nothing. No warmth. No pull. No life. The wolf came up behind him and sat, watching. Harry stared at the owl for a long moment. He had never seen one this close. The clan did not use them. The clan used ravens when they sent messages, and even then they did it carefully. This owl had flown too far into too much cold. It had died for a piece of paper. Harry's jaw tightened. He swallowed hard and forced his hands to move. There was something tied to the owl's leg. A thick envelope, wrapped in waxcloth to keep it dry. The string was frozen stiff. Harry warmed it between his hands, breath fogging over it. The string softened enough to untie. He pulled the envelope free. The paper inside was crisp and white, too clean for this place. Words sat on it in dark ink. Harry's eyes scanned the top line. Mr. Harry Potter. He froze. His name did not feel like his name anymore. It felt like something the South owned. Something that had been stamped on him before the clan found him. His fingers tightened around the letter. The paper crinkled slightly. The wolf's nose bumped his elbow. A quiet reminder to breathe. Harry exhaled slowly and read. It was an invitation. No, it was an instruction dressed as an invitation. A school. A place called Hogwarts. A list of supplies. A date. Harry's stomach twisted. He looked down at the dead owl again. Something hot and sharp rose behind his eyes. He blinked hard. He would not cry over a bird, he told himself. That was stupid. Then he saw the frost on its feathers again, and the way its body was stiff from cold, and the stupidity fell away. He had cried over worse things, over smaller things. He was allowed. Harry took off his glove and touched the owl's head, gentle. The feathers were hard. Cold went into his fingertips. I'm sorry, he whispered. So quiet he almost did not hear himself. The wolf stayed still. Harry sat there in the snow and stared at the owl until his throat stopped hurting. Then he stood. He carried the owl back to the glade. People noticed. They always noticed. The gray-haired woman came out first. Her eyes went to the owl, then to the letter in Harry's hand. Her mouth tightened. "So," she said. Harry's voice came out rough. It froze. The woman's gaze softened for half a second. It vanished just as fast. She reached out and touched the owl's wing, careful. "It came a long way," she murmured. Harry held up the envelope. "They want me." The man with the braided beard appeared behind her, stepping into the doorway like a shadow. He saw the letter. He saw Harry's face. "Inside," he said. Harry followed. They laid the owl on a wooden board near the fire. Someone brought a cloth and covered it with quiet respect. No jokes. No careless hands. Harry stood by the table, letter still in his fist. More people gathered. Not everyone. Just the ones who mattered when the clan decided things. They came in and sat or stood along the walls. A few looked at Harry with something like worry. A few looked at him with the calm of people who had always known this day would come. Harry kept his shoulders squared. He kept his face blank. It was an effort. The man with the braided beard sat on the bench opposite him. The gray-haired woman stayed standing near Harry, one hand resting on the back of his shoulder. Not comforting exactly, more anchoring. The man said, "Read it." Harry held the letter out. His fingers did not want to let go. The man took it, unfolded it, read. His eyes moved steadily. His face did not change. When he finished, he set the paper down on the table. A woman with dark braids spoke from the far side of the hall. "They found him. They always would." Someone else replied, voice low. A younger man, face sharp with worry, leaned forward. "We can refuse." The braided beard man looked at him. "Refuse fate." The younger man's jaw clenched. "Refuse their school. Refuse their wands. Keep him here." Harry's stomach tightened at the words "keep him here." Part of him wanted that so badly it hurt. Part of him heard the thread tugging anyway. The gray-haired woman spoke. "The thread has been pulling for weeks." He saw the graveyard. "The knot is moving." Murmurs rippled through the room. Harry's fingers curled. "You knew," he said, voice flat. The woman's hand pressed once on his shoulder. "We suspected," the braided beard man said. "We watched," Harry snapped. "And you didn't tell me." The room went still. The wolf lay near the door, head up now, eyes on the council. The braided beard man did not flinch. Would it have changed anything? Harry's throat worked. It would have been honest. The gray-haired woman leaned in slightly, close enough that only Harry could hear her. "We are being honest now." Harry wanted to say something sharp back. His mouth opened, then closed. He felt the thread again, tugging, patient and cruel. A man with a scar on his chin spoke up. "Their world is loud. Their magic is reckless. They burn through power and call it skill. He will be watched, or used," the younger man said. Harry's scar tingled like it agreed. The braided beard man tapped the letter once with one finger. "The school is where the knot sits. If the thread pulls him there, it is because it matters." The younger man's eyes flashed. "Or because their world refuses to let him go." The gray-haired woman lifted her chin. "Both can be true." Harry finally spoke because if he did not he felt like he would choke. "If I go, I don't use a wand." Someone scoffed. Someone else muttered in agreement. The braided beard man's eyes stayed on Harry. "You will do what keeps you alive." "That's not an answer," Harry said. "It is," the man replied. "A wand is a tool. Cedar is a tool. Galder is a tool. Tools do not own you unless you let them." Harry's mouth tightened. He did not like that answer either, but it was closer to what he could live with. The woman with dark braids asked, "What about the owl?" Harry looked at the covered body near the fire. "It died," he said quietly. "Because of me." "No," the gray-haired woman said, firm. "Because their world is careless. Because it sent a creature into a place it did not understand. Do not carry their carelessness on your back." Harry stared at her. He wanted to believe her. He was not sure he could. A voice from the wall, older, rough. "The bird deserves burial." Harry nodded. I'll do it. The braided beard man's gaze did not waver. Then you will prepare. If you go south, you go with your skin intact. The younger man pushed again. We can hide him. The ironwood can swallow 100 trackers. The braided beard man's eyes hardened. And when the knot tightens and the thread snaps him back anyway, we will have weakened him. We do not weaken our own. The words hung in the air. Harry felt something in his chest loosen and tighten at the same time. The gray-haired woman said softly, "You are of this clan. That does not change because you walk on their stone." Harry looked at her. "Will they let me be?" Her mouth twisted. "No," the braided beard man added. "But you do not need their permission to exist." Harry's fingers went numb. He stared down at his hands. His wrists were thin. He was still a kid, even if the ironwood had taught him to move like he was not. He thought of the graveyard vision, the red eyes, the smile. He thought of the owl's frozen body. He looked back up. "When do I leave?" The council did not answer all at once. But the thread did. Soon. The burial took place outside the boundary stones, near the lake where the owl had fallen. Snow had started again, light flakes drifting down like ash. Harry dug the hole himself. The ground was hard. His fingers went numb even through gloves. He worked anyway, using a simple iron spade. No rune shortcuts. This mattered. The wolf sat nearby, watching the trees. When the hole was deep enough, Harry lifted the owl gently. The body was stiff. He held it like it could still feel. He lowered it into the earth. He stood there, staring. The gray-haired woman stepped up behind him. She held a small stone in her hand, smooth and pale. "Feihu," she said quietly, and pressed the word into the stone without any flashy light. The rune warmed faintly. Harry frowned. "That's wealth." "It is also beginning," she said. "It means value." This life had value. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt again. She placed the stone at the owl's head in the hole. Harry shoveled earth back in. Each scoop landed with a dull thud. Snow fell into his eyelashes. He blinked it away. When the mound was made, Harry stood, breathing hard, chest tight. The gray-haired woman touched his shoulder. "You did right." Harry looked at the mound. "It should not have happened." "No," she agreed. "It should not have." The wind picked up. Harry's cheeks stung with cold. He stood there until his legs started to shake. Then he went back to pack. His belongings fit into one thick bag. He did not have many things that were his. The clan did not hoard. They shared, they repaired, they passed things down. Still, some items were meant for him. The gray-haired woman brought a pouch of rune stones, each one carved by hand. Some he recognized by touch even without looking. Algies, Durases, Esse, Kenes. A few others he had not earned yet, but she pressed them into his palm anyway. "You will need more than 4, she said. Harry's mouth tightened. "I'm not ready for the others." "You will be," she replied. "Or you will learn the hard way." Either is still learning. A man from the council brought a cloak. It was heavy, wool-lined with fur at the collar, deep gray, almost black. Runes had been stitched into the hem with thread that caught light when the fire hit it. Harry lifted it. It felt like armor, not because it was stiff, but because it carried work and care. He looked up. "You made this." The man shrugged. "We all did." Harry swallowed. "Thank you." The man nodded once. "Do not lose it." Harry almost smiled. Almost. The last item came from the braided beard man. He stepped into Harry's sleeping space without ceremony and held out a small knife. The handle was carved bone, smooth with use. The blade was short and clean. Not a weapon for a fight. A tool. Harry stared at it. "What is it for?" he asked. The man's voice was low. "For cutting thread when you must. For carving when you must. For opening skin when blood is needed." Harry's stomach twisted. He thought of the graveyard again. He took the knife carefully. It was colder than he expected. "I don't want blood magic," Harry said. The braided beard man's gaze stayed steady. "Blood exists whether you want it or not. Better to know how to treat it with respect than to pretend it is not part of you." Harry's fingers tightened around the handle. The man added, "Do not use it for showing off. Do not use it to threaten. Use it when you must, and put it away when you are done." Harry nodded once. Silence stretched. Harry forced himself to ask the question that had been crawling under his skin since the council. Are they going to try to make me into something? The braided beard man's eyes narrowed slightly. They will try to name you. Harry frowned. I already have a name. They will give you other ones, the man said. Boy who lived. Chosen. Weapon. Problem. Harry's stomach dropped at the last one. The man leaned forward slightly. You decide which one you answer to. Harry's throat felt tight. And if I decide wrong? The man's mouth twitched. Again, not a smile. Then you learn. Then you decide again. Harry looked down at the knife. His hand shook once, small. The braided beard man noticed. He did not call it out. He just said, Your Filja will go with you. Harry looked up fast. It can. The man's eyes flicked toward the door where the wolf lay, listening. It is yours. It follows your thread. Harry exhaled, shaky. Relief hit him so hard it almost made him dizzy. He did not say thank you again. He could not. He just nodded and looked away. By late afternoon, the sky had turned darker, heavy with snow. The clan gathered at the edge of the glade. Not everyone came. Work still existed. Animals still needed feeding. Fires still needed tending. But enough came that Harry felt the weight of eyes on him, steady and quiet. The gray-haired woman stood closest. The braided beard man stood at her side. The woman with dark braids stood behind them. A few others formed a loose line, cloaks pulled tight, faces half hidden by fur. Harry stood facing them with his bag at his feet. His cloak sat on his shoulders, heavy and unfamiliar. The pouch of stones rested against his hip. The knife was tucked inside his belt under the cloak. The wolf sat at his right side, tail still, eyes alert. Harry's chest felt tight. He kept his hands loose at his sides so no one could see them tremble. The braided beard man spoke first. You will not be polite when politeness gets you killed. Harry's mouth twitched. I'm never polite. A soft sound ran through the group. Not laughter, but close. The gray-haired woman stepped forward. She reached out and touched Harry's forehead, fingers brushing the hair above his scar. Her touch was careful, respectful. Do not go into trance in a crowd, she said. Do not leave your body where anyone can step on it. Harry swallowed. I know, you know, she agreed. And you will still be tempted. Do not. Harry nodded. She lowered her hand and looked him straight in the eyes. Find the girl who hears the world wrong. She will understand you. Harry frowned. What girl? The woman's mouth tightened, like she was trying not to say too much. You will know. Harry hated that answer, but it slid into him like a thread settling into place. The braided beard man added, Do not show them everything you can do. Harry's eyes narrowed. Why not? Because they will either fear you or try to use you, the man said. Sometimes both. Harry's scar tingled faintly, like it agreed again. Harry looked past them at the boundary stones, at the trees beyond. The ironwood waited, quiet as always. It had taught him to fight and to listen and to endure. It had also taught him that leaving was its own kind of trial. He forced himself to speak. If I come back, he said, then stopped because the words felt too sharp. The gray-haired woman finished it for him. When you come back, you will still belong. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once, hard. He bent, picked up his bag, swung it over his shoulder. The strap cut into his collarbone. He did not adjust it. The wolf rose smoothly and fell into step beside him. Harry took one step toward the boundary stones, then another. He stopped at the line. For a moment he could not move. The gray-haired woman did not push him. The braided beard man did not give him a speech. They waited. That was their kind of kindness. Harry inhaled, cold air biting his lungs. He stepped over. The air outside the ward line felt sharper, like the world had more edges. Harry did not look back. He walked through the trees toward the lake, then along the shore where the ice stretched out flat and merciless. Beyond that, beyond the hills, beyond the forest, the south waited. He felt the thread tug again. Not gentle, certain. The wolf kept pace, shoulder close to Harry's leg. Harry's breath came out steady now. He kept walking. He told himself he was not afraid. His hands shook anyway. By the time the first lights of a coastal village came into view, His legs ached and his stomach growled. The snow had eased, but the wind had not. It cut across open ground, making his eyes water. He pulled his cloak tighter and kept going. The village was small, built low against the cold. Fishermen watched him from doorways. A few dogs barked. Nobody came close. They saw the wolf and decided it was not worth the trouble. Harry headed toward the small dock where boats sat trapped in ice, ropes stiff. A larger boat waited beyond, the kind that carried goods south when the weather allowed. A man in a thick coat stood near a crate, smoking. He glanced at Harry, then at the wolf, then back at Harry's face. Harry felt a thread shift. The man's intent was curiosity and caution. No immediate threat. Harry stopped a few steps away. "I need to go south," he said. The man exhaled smoke. "Everyone does. You got coin?" Harry hesitated. He did not have coin. The clan did not use it much. They traded. They made do. The man's eyes narrowed. "So no." Harry's jaw tightened. He could threaten. He could make the air bite. He could use Thurisaz and make the man regret speaking. He did not. He reached into his bag and pulled out the Hogwarts letter, held it up. The man squinted. "What's that?" "A school," Harry said. The man snorted. "Does it pay?" Harry's mouth tightened. "It matters." The man laughed once. Sharp. "Everything matters to a kid." Harry felt the thread tug again. Impatient now, like time was being pulled tight. Before he could speak, a new sound rolled across the dock. Boots. Heavy. Fast. Harry turned. A huge figure barreled down the snowy path, coat flapping, beard wild. He moved like he did not care about slipping. Behind him, a small boat bumped against the ice, as if it had been shoved aside in a hurry. The figure stopped and stared at Harry like he was trying to make sure Harry was real. "Harry!" The man boomed. Harry froze. The wolf's body tensed, hair lifting along its spine. Harry felt the thread around the man. It was thick, strong, loyal. Not clean, not calm, but not hostile. The man's eyes dropped to the wolf, then flicked back up. "Blimey," he breathed. "He's got a great big dog." "It's not a dog," Harry said, voice flat. The man blinked, then seemed to remember himself. He reached into his coat, fumbling, and pulled out a folded letter, now damp at the edges. "Name's Hagrid," he said quickly. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore sent me. Said you weren't respondin' to the letters." Harry stared at him. The name Dumbledore landed like a stone in his gut. The thread tugged hard. Harry's fingers tightened around his own letter. "I got the letter," he said. Hagrid's face fell as he saw the covered bundle in Harry's bag. Then the frost on the owl feathers sticking out slightly from under the flap. "Oh," Hagrid said, quieter. "Poor thing. I'm sorry." Harry's jaw clenched. He hated that this stranger had sympathy that felt real. It made it harder to stay hard. Hagrid looked around, confused. "Where's your aunt and uncle then?" "Dursley's, was it? I was meant to fetch you from there." Harry's stomach flipped. He did not answer. The wolf stepped forward, placing itself between Harry and Hagrid, body low and ready. Hagrid lifted both hands, palms out. "Easy now. I'm not here to hurt him." Harry watched Hagrid's eyes. He watched the way Hagrid's weight shifted. He watched the intent under it. No immediate threat, just surprise. A lot of it. Harry spoke, voice clipped. "They're not my family." Hagrid blinked. "Well, they are, sort of. Blood and all." Harry felt his scar prickle, not pain, just warning. He did not know this man. He did not know the school. He did not know the South. But he knew this. Blood was not the only thing that made family. Harry held Hagrid's gaze. "My family is North." Hagrid looked at him for a long second, then nodded slowly, like he was trying to understand without pushing. "Right," Hagrid said. "Right. Well, you still need school. And you still need supplies. And Dumbledore will want a word. He's been worried." Harry's stomach tightened at the word worried. People like that were not worried. They planned. They watched. They guided. They pulled. Harry's scar tingled again. Hagrid glanced down at the wolf. "He comin' too?" Harry's voice came out firm. "Yes." Hagrid hesitated. Hogwarts has rules about animals. Harry did not blink. He's not an animal, the fisherman snorted, muttering under his breath, and backed away like he wanted no part of this. Hagrid's eyes flicked from Harry to the wolf to the letter again. He looked uncomfortable now, like he was standing on ground he did not understand. Dumbledore said you might be different, Hagrid admitted. But he didn't say nothing about this. Harry's fingers brushed the rune pouch at his hip without thinking. The thread around Hagrid shifted slightly. Curiosity turned into caution again. Hagrid swallowed. Listen, we can talk on the way. There's a train, Hogwarts Express, leaves from London. I'll take you to get your things in Diagon Alley first. Harry heard the words, but his mind snagged on one thing. London, south, crowds, stone, noise. Harry's throat tightened. Hagrid watched him carefully. You all right? Harry forced the answer out. Fine. Hagrid looked like he did not believe him, but he did not push. Instead, he reached into his coat again and pulled out a small wooden box. Got something for you, he said, awkward. From Dumbledore. For comfort, I suppose. Harry did not take it. Hagrid held it out anyway. Harry stared at the box, then at Hagrid's face. The man looked earnest. Not clever. Not sneaky. Harry reached out and took the box. It was heavier than it looked. Harry opened it. Inside was a small piece of chocolate, wrapped in paper. Harry stared at it, confused. Hagrid's ears went a bit red under his hair. Helps after bad magic. Dementors and such. We don't have those here, but, well, sometimes it helps anyway. Harry looked down at the chocolate. It was stupid. It was also kind. His throat tightened in a way he did not like. He closed the box and tucked it into his bag. Hagrid seemed relieved, like he had passed some test. Harry looked back toward the trees, toward the direction of the glade. He could not see it from here. The ironwood was already swallowing the path. He felt the thread tug again, stronger than ever. The wolf pressed against Harry's leg. Harry exhaled slowly, then looked up at Hagrid. Take me, he said. Hagrid blinked. South, Harry clarified. Now. Hagrid nodded fast. Right? Yeah. We'll go now. Got a bit of travel, mind. But we'll manage. Harry did not move yet. His feet felt stuck. Hagrid started to turn toward the small boat. He paused, looking back. You sure you don't want to say goodbye to whoever's back there? Harry's jaw tightened. I already did. Hagrid nodded, softer. All right then. Harry followed. The first step away from the north felt like ripping something out of his own chest. He did it anyway. Behind him, the lake lay frozen. The wind hissed across the ice. The ironwood waited with all its secrets. Ahead of him, the south pulled like a hook. Harry's scar tingled, then went quiet. The wolf padded at his side as Hagrid led them toward the boat. Harry looked down at the Hogwarts letter in his hand. The ink too neat, the paper too clean. For a moment, the threads around it shifted in his mind, tight and dark, pulling toward something that did not want to be untangled. Harry's fingers clenched. He stepped onto the boat. The sea smelled wrong. Harry stood near the edge of the boat and tried not to gag. Salt, fish, old rope, smoke from the engine. None of it felt clean. The wind was sharp enough to bite his cheeks, but it could not cut through the stink. Hagrid kept glancing at him like he expected Harry to fall over. You sure you're all right there, Harry? Hagrid asked for the third time, loud over the water. You're paler than a ghost. Harry stared at the gray chop and said, I am fine. Hagrid did not look convinced. He shifted his weight, the boat rocking slightly under him, and then lowered his voice like this was a secret. You get seasick, I can stop. There's a place up the coast, little village, could wait it out. Harry did not answer right away. He watched the threads around Hagrid. Loyal, worried, clumsy good intent. It made Harry's chest feel tight in a way he hated. I don't get sick, Harry said. I just don't like it. Hagrid let out a breath. Yeah, well, London's worse, so brace yourself. The wolf stood close to Harry's leg, steady as stone. His fur did not move in the wind the way normal fur should. It watched the horizon like it was waiting for something to leap out of the water. Hagrid kept looking at the wolf too, as if he expected it to speak. Harry glanced down. Stop staring at him. Hagrid blinked. Sorry. Just never seen a dog like that. It is not a dog. Right, right? Hagrid said quickly, hands lifting like surrender.
Your Filka.
That's what you called it. Harry's jaw tightened. He did not like the way Hagrid tried. It made it harder to stay cold. It follows me, Harry said. That is all you need to know. Hagrid nodded, then hesitated. Dumbledore's going to have questions. Harry looked at him. He always does. Hagrid blinked like he had not expected Harry to say that. Have you met him, then? Harry stared at the water again. No. So how'd you know? Harry did not answer. He could feel the thread pulling south, pulling toward the school, pulling toward the knot that wore a human face and red eyes. He could feel it in his scar even when it did not hurt. Hagrid cleared his throat. Look, Harry. I know you've had, well, a different start. But Hogwarts is safe. Dumbledore keeps it safe. Harry's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Safe is a word people use when they want you to stop asking questions. Hagrid's beard moved as his mouth opened and closed once, like he was trying to find a reply that did not make it worse. You're a strange kid, Hagrid said at last. Harry did not take it as an insult. He took it as a fact. They reached land near dusk. Hagrid pulled the boat into a small dock and tied it off with hands that looked too big to move that gently. Harry stepped onto wood that shifted under him and felt his stomach jump. The wolf stepped after him without a sound. Hagrid started walking, boots thudding, and Harry followed. The first town they passed through was narrow and loud. People stared. Harry stared back until they looked away. He could feel their intent like heat against his skin. Fear, curiosity, greed in one man who eyed Hagrid's coat and the bag. The wolf bared teeth at that man without moving its head. The man backed up fast. Hagrid noticed and muttered, "Good dog," then winced. "Sorry, good, wolf spirit thing." Harry did not correct him this time. They rode in a vehicle that smelled of oil and sweat. Harry sat stiff and watched through the window as lights streaked past. He had seen villages, small ships, pine forests. He had not seen roads like this, packed and endless, filled with machines that moved too fast and did not care if you lived. London hit him like a punch. The air was warm and dirty, tasted like metal. The noise never stopped, not even for a breath. People swarmed the streets like ants. Harry's shoulders rose without him meaning them to. Hagrid kept one hand on Harry's shoulder as they moved, guiding him through the crowd like a boulder cutting through water. "It's all right," Hagrid said, as if Harry had said something. "We'll get you sorted. Diagon Alley first. Supplies. Then we get you on the train." Harry looked down at his own hands. They were steady. His breathing was steady. That meant nothing. His mind felt like it was trying to handle too many threads at once. Every person had intent. Every glance was a pull. Every sound wanted his attention. He pressed his fingers against the rune pouch inside his cloak. The stones were cool, grounding. The wolf stayed close, shoulder brushing Harry's knee now and then. People stepped away when they noticed it. Some swore under their breath. Some crossed the street. Harry felt a small, vicious satisfaction at that. They stopped outside a narrow building squeezed between two others. The sign above the door was plain. The windows were dirty. It looked like it did not belong here, which meant it did. Hagrid leaned down. "Leaky cauldron. Wizard pub. You'll see." Harry stared at the door. The thread tugged. He followed Hagrid inside. Warmth hit him first, then smell. Beer. Smoke. Old wood. Something sweet that made his mouth water and his stomach clench at the same time. The room went quiet. It was not dramatic. It was the kind of quiet that slid in when people decided to watch. Heads turned. Eyes locked. Harry felt a wave of intent crash into him. Recognition. A man near the bar let out a sound like he had swallowed wrong. "Harry Potter," someone whispered. Reverent and ugly at the same time. Harry stood still. He did not smile. He did not wave. He did not lower his head like he was ashamed. He just looked back. The wolf moved half a step forward, calm but warning. Hagrid cleared his throat. All right, move along." Kids got things to do. A short man with neat hair rushed out from behind the bar, wiping his hands on a cloth. His eyes were wet already. Harry? The man breathed, as if he was seeing a ghost. Bless my soul. It is you. It is really you. Harry looked at him. Who are you? The man flinched, then forced a smile that stayed shaky. Tom. Tom the barman. I was here the night your parents died. I remember. We all remember. Harry's scar prickled. He did not like being a memory. Tom leaned closer, eyes flicking to the wolf, then back. You're with a creature. It's mine, Harry said. Hagrid coughed, like a warning. Tom, leave it. Harry's had enough gawkin'. Tom nodded quickly. Of course. Right this way. I will open the passage. Harry watched as Tom tapped bricks in the courtyard behind the pub. The wall shimmered and folded, revealing a street that looked like it had been hidden inside the world. The first sight of Diagon Alley almost made Harry stop breathing. It was crowded, but not like London. This crowd moved with a different rhythm. There was color everywhere. Shop windows packed with strange things. Owls in cages, broomsticks hanging in rows, robes swaying on mannequins that turned their heads when you looked away. Harry stepped through the arch and felt the air change. Cleaner, sharper, like the world had more rules again. Hagrid beamed, proud. There you are. Diagon Alley. Harry did not beam. He stared, eyes tracking every movement, every thread. Wizards, witches, children with parents, teens laughing too loud, a man with green hair and a ring in his ear, a woman carrying a bag that wriggled. They looked at Harry. Some did not even pretend not to. Harry's stomach tightened. He pulled his cloak closer around him and kept walking. Hagrid guided him toward a tall white building at the end of the street. Steps rose to polished doors. Gringotts, Hagrid said. Wizard Bank. Goblins. Don't mess about with goblins, Harry. They don't like it. Harry glanced at him. Neither do I. Hagrid laughed once, surprised. Yeah, right. You'll fit in fine. Inside Gringotts, everything echoed. The marble was too clean. The light was too bright. The goblins at the desks had sharp faces and sharper eyes. They watched Harry like they could smell the north on him. One goblin's gaze dropped to the wolf. His lip curled slightly. Animals are not permitted, the goblin said, voice smooth and cold. Harry stared back. It is not an animal. The goblin's eyes narrowed. It stands on 4 legs and bears teeth. Hagrid stepped in fast. He's with me. He's special. The goblin's gaze shifted to Hagrid, unimpressed. Special does not change policy. Harry felt the thread tighten. The goblin wanted control. It wanted to remind Harry that this building belonged to them. Harry reached into his pouch and touched all Jais through the cloth. Not activating, just grounding himself. He did not speak the rune. He did not flare power. He simply looked at the goblin and said, quiet and flat, if you try to remove him, you will lose fingers. Hagrid sucked in a breath like he had stepped on a nail. The goblin blinked once. Then it smiled, thin. Threats. How human. Harry did not move. The goblin's eyes flicked to the scar on Harry's forehead. Something like calculation slid through its intent. Very well, the goblin said. But it does not touch the gold. It won't, Harry said. They rode a cart into the depths. The wolf balanced on the floor like it was born to it. Hagrid hooped at every turn, laughing like a kid. Harry sat still, eyes forward, watching the tunnel walls blur. The vault opened with a sound like a throat clearing. Gold glittered inside. Piles of coins. Stacks of silver. Harry stared and felt nothing. He had lived with fur blankets and carved stones. This felt like someone else's problem. Hagrid reached in and filled a bag. There you go. Enough to get you through school. Blimey. The Dursleys never gave you a penny, did they? Harry's jaw tightened at the name. Hagrid noticed. His face fell slightly. Sorry. I keep forgettin'. Harry looked at the gold again and then away. It is not mine, he said. Hagrid blinked. Course it's yours. Harry shook his head once. It belonged to people I do not remember. And now strangers want it to mean something about me. Hagrid's expression went soft and awkward. Well, maybe, but it'll buy you food, and books, and a bed. Harry nodded once. Practical. They left Gringotts with the bag heavy in Harry's hand. Hagrid clapped his hands together. Right? Robes? Books? Cauldron? Wand. Harry's gaze snapped to him. No, Hagrid hesitated. No, I do not need a wand, Harry said. Hagrid scratched his beard. Well, you might. Most witches and wizards do. It's how you focus magic. Harry's eyes narrowed. Magic does not need focusing. People need it so they feel safe. Hagrid's mouth opened, then closed. That's a bit much, Harry. Harry did not soften. I will not be dependent on a stick. Hagrid let out a long breath. All right, we'll still go to Ollivander's. Dumbledore asked me to. Just to see. Harry did not like the sound of asked, but the thread pulled. The knot wanted him to go. He nodded once. Fine. They started with robes. A shop with clean windows and a bell that jingled when Hagrid pushed the door open. Inside, it smelled of fabric and soap. A woman with sharp eyes came forward, tape measure already in hand. Madam Malkin, Hagrid said. This is Harry Potter. Madam Malkin's eyes widened. Then she saw the wolf and her smile stiffened. We do not allow pets, she said automatically. Harry said, It is not a pet. Hagrid coughed. He'll sit in the corner. Won't you, boy? The wolf's ears flicked. It did not move. Harry looked at it. Stay close. The wolf stayed close. Madam Malkin measured Harry briskly, talking the whole time like she could smooth awkwardness with words. Arms out. Turn. Chin up. Lovely. You're small for your age. You'll fill out. Hogwarts meals will do that. Harry did not respond. He stared at the mirror and barely recognized the boy looking back. Same pale face. Same scar. Different eyes, older than they should be. Madam Malkin pinned fabric. Do you want standard black? Or something with a lining? Harry thought of the cloak the clan made him. The stitched runes. The weight. The way it felt like belonging. Standard, Harry said. Madam Malkin looked relieved. Like standard meant safe. They left with robes folded in a bag. Next came books. A shop that smelled of paper and dust, stacked to the ceiling. The noise inside was quiet, the kind of quiet Harry liked. Hagrid gave him a list. Harry scanned it. Names of subjects that sounded like the South was trying to label the world so it could pretend it understood it. Harry started pulling books from shelves, quick and efficient. Hogwarts a history, a voice said near his shoulder. Harry turned. A girl stood there, hair thick and wild, eyes bright behind large teeth, arms full of books already. Her intent was not awe. It was interest, sharp and hungry. You're Harry Potter, she said. Like it was an observation, not worship. Harry stared at her. Yes, she shifted her stack higher. I thought you'd be taller. Harry said nothing. She kept going anyway. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm starting this year too. I've read about you. Not the silly parts. The actual history. There's a lot of misinformation. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you telling me this? Hermione blinked. Thrown. Because we are going to the same school. Harry glanced at her books. You read too much. Hermione's face went offended fast. That's not possible. Hagrid laughed. Booming. She's a smart one. Good. You'll need smart friends, Harry. Hermione's gaze flicked to Hagrid, then to Harry, then finally to the wolf sitting near the shelf with its eyes half shut. Her expression changed. Is that a wolf? Harry said. It is my Filja. Hermione frowned. That's not in any of the textbooks. Harry's mouth twitched. Most things that matter aren't. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it, recalculating. Her intent shifted into determination. I would like to learn. Harry did not say yes. He did not say no. He said, if you want to learn, stop assuming books are the only door. Hermione's cheeks flushed. I don't assume that. Books are reliable. Harry looked at her. People write books. Hermione stared back, stubborn. Yes, and sometimes people write the truth. Harry nodded once. Sometimes. Hermione hugged her stack tighter. Well, if you want, I can help you with lessons. I already know some spells. I've been practicing. Hagrid made a pleased noise. See, friends already. Harry felt the thread around Hermione. Bright, loud, not dangerous, but capable of becoming it if she decided she was right. Harry said, "Do not practice mind magic on me." Hermione blinked hard. What? Harry did not explain. He picked up his last book and turned away. Goodbye, Hermione Granger. He heard her huff behind him. You're very strange. Harry did not deny it. Outside, Hagrid said, amused. You've got a way with people, don't you? Harry said. People have a way of wanting things. Hagrid's laughter died down. Yeah, he admitted. Yeah, they do. They bought the rest fast. Cauldron, quills, ink, a telescope that Harry did not want. Gloves, a hat. Hagrid insisted. Harry let him because it was easier than arguing, and the thread kept tugging. At the edge of Diagon Alley, the street narrowed and the light dimmed. A crooked shop sign swung above a door. Ollivander's. The window held a single wand on a faded cushion. Harry stood outside and felt his scar itch. Hagrid noticed. You all right? Harry said. Yes, he was lying. He was lying because he did not know how to say, the thread inside me hates this place. Hagrid pushed the door open. A bell rang. Dust floated in the air like the shop had been holding its breath for years. Boxes stacked everywhere. Tall shelves. Narrow aisles. The smell was old wood and something sharp, like sap. A voice spoke from the back, soft and pleased. Harry Potter. Harry's skin prickled. A man stepped into view. Pale eyes. Long fingers. A smile that did not reach anything human. Mr. Ollivander, Hagrid said, suddenly respectful. This is him. Ollivander's gaze swept over Harry like hands. Then it dropped to the wolf, and for the first time his smile faltered. How unusual, Ollivander murmured. Harry stared back. You make wands. Ollivander's smile returned. Thinner. Yes, and wands choose their wizards. Harry said. I am not your wizard. Hagrid made a strangled sound. Harry. Ollivander's eyes brightened, like he enjoyed resistance. Perhaps not, but I am curious. Very curious. He moved forward, tape measure snapping into his hand like a snake. Arm out. Harry did not move. Ollivander paused. Mr. Potter. Harry held his gaze. The thread around Ollivander was sharp curiosity and control. He wanted to poke Harry and see what happened. Harry lifted his arm slowly. The tape measure flicked around him, measuring on its own. Harry barely felt it. He felt the shop, though. The air seemed to listen. Ollivander watched his boxes as if they were whispering to him. 11 inches, he murmured. Supple. Curious. Very curious. Harry's scar prickled again. A warning with no words. Ollivander moved to the shelves and pulled a box down. Holly and phoenix feather, he said, voice almost reverent. A fine wand. Try it. Harry stared at the wand inside. It was polished, clean, pretty. It looked like a trap. Hagrid nudged him, gentle. Just try, Harry. Won't hurt. Harry did not believe that. Still, he reached out and picked it up. The wood was warm for 1 second. Then it went cold. Not normal cold. It went dead, like it did not want to be part of him. Harry's fingers tightened. He felt his own magic press back, instinctive and angry, like a body rejecting poison. Ollivander's eyes sharpened. Now wave it. Harry lifted the wand. He did not wave it like a wizard. He held it like a stick. Then he pushed a thought through it, simple, light. The wand shuddered. A crack split down its length. Hagrid yelped. Merlin's beard. Ollivander snatched it back, eyes wide. Extraordinary. Harry stared at the broken wood, chest tight. It is weak. Ollivander's voice trembled with excitement. No, Mr. Potter. It is not weak. It is refusing. Or you are. Or perhaps your magic is structured differently. Harry's jaw tightened. I am not structured. I am alive. Ollivander laughed softly, like Harry had said something delightful. Let us try another. He pulled wand after wand. Willow. Yew. Elm. Each one lasted less time in Harry's hand than the last. Some cracked. One turned black at the tip like it had burned from the inside. One simply fell apart into splinters that rained onto the dusty floor. Hagrid stared in horror. Harry, stop. You're breaking them. Harry's hands shook slightly now. Not from guilt. From the pressure building under his skin. Ollivander watched like this was music. Fascinating, he whispered. You are pushing without a wand, even while holding one. You are not channeling. You are overriding. Harry's scar began to throb. Low, angry, Harry took a step back. I do not need one. Ollivander's eyes glittered. Everyone needs a focus. Harry's voice came out sharp. No. You want everyone to need a focus because then you are important. Hagrid made a noise like a warning. Harry, Ollivander did not look offended. He looked thrilled. Show me, Ollivander said. Without a wand. Show me what you are. Harry stared at him. The wolf rose from where it had been lying near the door. It stepped forward, silent, standing between Harry and the wand maker. Hagrid lifted his hands. Now listen, there's no need for any of that. We just need to get the supplies, and if a wand don't work, well, we can tell Dumbledore. Harry's fingers went to his pouch. Kenneth sat there, cool and patient. Harry did not want to perform. He did not want to prove anything to this man. But the thread tugged again, and it tugged toward Hogwarts, and it tugged toward people who would try to control him the moment they smelled weakness. Harry exhaled slowly. He pulled the Kenneth stone out and held it between thumb and finger, letting Ollivander see it. Ollivander leaned forward. Runes, Harry said. Names. Then he spoke it, quiet. Kenneth. Heat blossomed in the air, not wild, not exploding. A clean glow formed above Harry's palm, like a small steady ember that did not burn him. It lit the shop walls in soft orange and made the dust glitter. Hagrid stared, mouth open. Ollivander's eyes widened, and for the first time his intent changed into something sharper. Fear, thin and controlled. Harry held the glow steady for a breath. Then he let it fade. No smoke, no drama, just proof. Ollivander swallowed. Wandless, Harry put the stone back in the pouch. Yes, Ollivander's voice went softer. That is ancient. Very few can do that. And you are 11, Harry said. I am not a circus. Ollivander's gaze flicked to the wolf again. A spirit companion. Runes. Wandless casting. Seer structure. He breathed out. Dumbledore will want to study you. Harry's stomach tightened. He can try. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. Ollivander. We still need something. Hogwarts requires a wand. Ollivander hesitated. He looked torn between fascination and caution. He pulled one last box. He opened it carefully like he was handling a weapon. A wand that has never chosen anyone, he said. Rowan. Unicorn hair. Sensitive. Rarely breaks. Harry stared at it and felt his scar itch hard. Hagrid said, hopeful. Try it, Harry. Just so you have it, like. Harry did not want it, but he also knew what it meant to walk into a new world without the tool that world demanded. It meant attention. It meant confrontation. It meant people pushing. He reached out. The moment his fingers touched the wand, the shop went very quiet. Harry felt it, the wand trying to align with him, trying to make a channel where his magic did not want one. His scar burned. The wand did not crack immediately. It trembled, like it was holding itself together out of pure stubbornness. Ollivander leaned in, breath held. Wave it. Harry lifted it and forced his hand to move. A sharp light flashed from the tip. The boxes on the shelf rattled. Then the wand split in half with a sound like a bone snapping. Hagrid swore loud. For the love of... Ollivander snatched the pieces, trembling. His face had gone pale. Harry's head pounded. He pressed his palm to his scar, breathing hard. Ollivander whispered, almost to himself. It refuses you. Everything refuses you. Or you refuse everything. Harry stared at him through the pain. I refuse cages. Ollivander's eyes met his. For a moment there was respect there, unwilling. Then it vanished behind curiosity again. Hagrid looked lost. What are we supposed to do then? Harry said. Nothing. Hagrid's voice went sharp. Harry, Hogwarts needs you to have a wand. Harry's voice went colder. Hogwarts needs me to obey. Hagrid flinched like that hit too close. Ollivander cleared his throat. "I will write to Professor Dumbledore," he said. "Immediately. This cannot be ignored." Harry turned toward the door. "Ignore it then." Hagrid hurried after him. "Harry, wait." "Harry." Harry stepped outside and sucked in air. Diagon Alley noise hit him again. It should have felt comforting compared to the suffocating shop. But it did not. Hagrid caught up and grabbed Harry's shoulder. Not rough, just stopping him. Harry's body tensed. The wolf's head lifted, teeth showing for a heartbeat. Hagrid let go fast. Sorry. Just listen, Harry. Dumbledore ain't your enemy." Harry stared at him. "You do not know that." Hagrid's eyes flickered. "I do know he's the one who saved you." Harry's scar throbbed, like it hated the word saved. "My clan saved me," Harry said, voice flat. Hagrid looked pained. "Yeah, maybe. But Dumbledore's the reason you lived long enough to be found." Harry's hands shook once. He hated that they did. "Then he did one thing right," Harry said. "That does not mean he owns the rest." Hagrid's shoulders slumped. No, it doesn't." They stood there in the alley, noise around them, magic in the air, the wolf watching every stranger like they might lunge. Hagrid sighed. "All right, we'll do this your way. You don't want a wand, you don't get one. But you still go to school. Deal." Harry felt the thread tug, satisfied and cruel. "Deal," Harry said. Hagrid looked relieved, then worried again in the same breath. "Right. Then we get you to the station tomorrow." King's Cross. Harry nodded once. They stayed the night in a room above the leaky cauldron. Harry did not sleep well. He lay on the bed, cloak folded beside him, rune pouch under his pillow, wolf curled at his feet. The walls were thin. He heard laughter below, drunken singing, footsteps on stairs. He heard his name whispered once, like a prayer or a curse. He kept his eyes open until dawn. When morning came, Hagrid was already awake, eating something that smelled like grease. He shoved a plate toward Harry. Harry stared at it. "What is that?" "Bacon," Hagrid said, mouth full. Harry hesitated, then took a bite. It was too salty. It was also warm and filling. Hagrid watched him like a proud parent, which made Harry's skin itch. They reached King's Cross while the city was still waking. The station was a mouth that swallowed people. Harry's senses went sharp. The threads were everywhere, pulling, tangling, sliding past each other. Hagrid walked beside him like a shield. They reached a wall between two platforms. Hagrid pointed like it was normal. "Right? Straight through." Harry stared. "Through stone." "It's magic," Hagrid said, as if that explained everything. Harry touched Algi's through his cloak again. He did not trust this place. Hagrid pushed a trolley at the wall and walked through without slowing. Harry took one breath and followed. For a moment, his skin buzzed, like crossing the ward line at the glade. Then he was on a different platform. Steam. Noise. A red train stretched out, bright and alive. People crowded around it, hugging, laughing, calling names. Owls hooted from cages. Cats yowled. Someone's rat squeaked in panic. Harry stood still and watched. Hagrid grinned. "There you go. Hogwarts Express." Harry did not grin. He felt like he had stepped into a story that already had a script, and everyone else had the lines. A woman with red hair stood near the train with a group of kids. She was talking fast, pointing, laughing. Her intent was warmth and exhaustion, like she had been doing this for years. One of the boys turned and stared straight at Harry. His eyes widened. His mouth dropped open. "Ron Weasley," the thread whispered in Harry's head. Not a voice, but a tug of fate. A boy who would matter. Ron blurted, "Mom, that's him." The woman turned. Her eyes widened. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh," she breathed. Then she recovered fast and walked toward Harry like she had decided he was hers to worry about. "Hagrid," she said warmly. "Goodness, you found him." Hagrid smiled, relieved to see a friendly face. "Morning, Molly." "Yep. Found him all right." Molly Weasley looked at Harry. She looked at his cloak. She looked at the wolf. Her brows rose. "Well," she said gently. "Hello, dear. I'm Molly Weasley." Harry stared back. "Hello." Molly's smile did not falter. First year. Harry nodded once. Ron kept staring at the wolf. Is that a wolf? It's not a wolf, another boy said quickly, taller, with freckles. It's a dog. Harry's voice came out cold.
It is me Filka.
Ron blinked. You're what? Harry did not explain. Molly looked at Hagrid, brows lifted. Hagrid scratched his beard. Long story. Molly's gaze softened toward Harry. All right. Well, if you need anything on the train, you can sit with my boys. They'll be in a compartment somewhere, if they aren't lost already. Ron said, fast. We're not lost. Molly pointed at him. You will be. Ron turned red. The taller boy laughed. Harry watched them and felt something odd in his chest. It was not warmth. It was distance, like watching a fire from outside the circle of light. Hagrid leaned down to Harry. Go on. Get on. Find a seat. I'll see you at Hogwarts, all right? Harry's throat tightened. He did not like how quickly Hagrid had become a constant, even if it was only for a day. Harry nodded once. Hagrid hesitated. You'll be fine. Harry looked at him. You keep saying that. Hagrid's eyes went sad for a second. Yeah, I do. Harry did not say goodbye the way other kids did. He just turned and walked onto the train. The corridor was narrow and packed. People bumped his shoulder and did not apologize. Harry stared at them until they moved away. He found an empty compartment near the back and slid the door shut. He put his bag on the seat. The wolf jumped up and settled beside it, head on paws, eyes on the door. Harry sat opposite, hands on his knees, breathing slow. The train jerked and began to move. The station slid away. Harry felt the thread pull tighter. He pressed his palm to his scar. It stayed quiet, but it felt hot under his skin, like something waiting. A soft knock came at the door. Harry's shoulders tensed. The wolf's ears lifted. The door slid open without waiting for an answer. A girl stepped in. She had pale hair, light eyes, and a calm face, like she was not afraid of empty compartments or strange boys with wolves. She wore round glasses. Her clothes were a little too big, as if they had been bought with room to grow. She looked at Harry. She looked at the wolf. Then she smiled. You have a guardian spirit, she said. Harry stared at her. Who are you? She tilted her head. Luna Lovegood. Harry felt the thread shift. Not a knot. Not a trap. A strange soft pull, like two wrong notes finding the same chord. You should not be here, Harry said automatically. Luna blinked. Why? People will stare, Harry said. Luna looked genuinely confused. They will stare anyway. They stare at my father too. It is not a reason to hide. Harry did not have a reply for that. Luna slid into the seat as if she belonged there. The wolf lifted its head and watched her. It did not growl. That surprised Harry. Luna leaned forward slightly, eyes on the wolf. Hello, she said politely. The wolf blinked once. Harry watched that, unsettled. He does not like strangers. Luna's smile stayed. I am not a stranger. Not really. Harry stared at her. You are. Luna shrugged. Only in the usual way. Harry's fingers curled on his knees. Why are you here? Luna reached into her pocket and pulled out a crumpled sweet. Because the train feels too loud, and you feel quieter. Quiet does not mean safe, but it is easier to breathe around. Harry stared at the sweet. What is that? Candy, Luna said. My father says sugar helps when your brain wants to run away. Harry hesitated. Then he remembered the chocolate in his bag. The little wooden box. The awkward kindness. He reached into his bag, pulled it out, and set it on the seat between them. Luna's eyes widened slightly. Chocolate. Harry nodded once. Someone gave it to me. Luna opened her sweet and popped it into her mouth. Share, she said, as if it was a rule. Harry opened the box and broke the chocolate in half with careful fingers. He handed one piece to Luna. Their fingers brushed. Harry felt a jolt, not magic, not pain. Just contact. He pulled his hand back fast, like he had been burned. Luna did not react. She simply ate the chocolate and sighed softly. That's better, she said. Harry ate his piece too. It melted slow, tasted rich and strange. For a moment, the noise outside the compartment softened in his head. Luna studied him openly. You are not like the stories. Harry's jaw tightened. I do not care about stories. Luna nodded as if that made perfect sense. Good. Stories are sticky. They trap people. Harry stared at her. You say things like you already know them. Luna's gaze drifted to the window. Fields slid past, green and blurred. My mother died, Luna said calmly. Harry's chest tightened. He did not expect that. Luna continued, voice soft but steady. After that, I started hearing the world in a different way. My father says it means I am broken. I think it means I am listening. Harry swallowed. His throat felt rough. He did not know what to say. He settled for truth. I saw a man come back from a cauldron. Luna turned back to him, eyes bright. Oh, Harry stared at her face, waiting for shock. Luna looked thoughtful instead. Was it in a graveyard? Harry's skin prickled. Yes, Luna's voice stayed gentle. That means the strands are tightening. My father said the war never really ended. It just pretended. Harry stared at her like she had reached into his head without touching him. I did not tell you that, he said. Luna smiled faintly. You did not need to. The wolf shifted, then pressed its head against Luna's knee, just once, like a test. Luna froze for a heartbeat, then lifted her hand and stroked behind its ear. Careful. Thank you, she whispered. Harry watched, unsettled again. You can see it, Harry said. Luna nodded. Not with my eyes. With the part that gets lonely. Harry looked away fast. He hated how close that landed. A loud voice exploded in the corridor. Move, you great lump. A deeper voice grunted back. Footsteps stopped outside their door. Harry felt the thread shift. Aggression. Posturing. A boy trying to prove he mattered. The door slid open. A pale boy stood there, flanked by two bigger boys who looked like walls. The pale boy's eyes swept over the compartment, landed on Harry, then widened. His mouth curled. Harry Potter, he drawled. I wondered where you'd hide. Harry stared back. He felt the boy's thread like a sharp wire, tied to a man's ambition, to a house full of cold rules, to something dark bought in a shop that smelled of rot. You are Draco Malfoy, Harry said. Draco's smile sharpened. Of course I am. His gaze dropped to Luna and dismissed her in half a second, then dropped to the wolf and flinched before he could stop himself. What is that? Draco demanded. Harry's voice stayed flat. A warning. Crabbe laughed, stupid and loud. Goyle grunted. Draco stepped forward as if the wolf did not exist. My father told me about you, he said. He said you'd be grateful to know the right people. You don't want to end up with the wrong sort. Ron's voice echoed faintly down the corridor somewhere, arguing with someone, but he was not here. Harry stayed still. Luna watched Draco with calm curiosity, like she was looking at a strange insect. Draco's gaze snapped to her. What are you looking at? Luna blinked. Your fear. Crabbe barked a laugh. Draco's cheeks flushed. Harry felt Draco's thread jerk. He wanted to lash out. He wanted to push. He wanted to feel in control again. Draco sneered at Harry. You should sit with me, he said, like it was an offer. I can help you. The school has a way of sorting people. The right houses. The right blood. Harry's scar prickled. Harry said, quiet. You slept badly last night. Draco blinked. What? Harry's eyes stayed on his. Your father shouted at your mother. He slammed a cupboard. He told her to stop crying. You pretended you were asleep. Draco's face went still. Crabbe and Goyle stopped laughing. Harry continued, voice flat and calm, like he was listing weather. Your father has a new object. He bought it in the dark street that smells like rotten sugar. It is wrapped in black cloth. It is hidden under the false floorboard in your drawing room. Draco's throat worked. His intent spiked. Sharp panic under the pride. You're lying? Draco snapped. But his voice cracked slightly. Harry leaned forward a fraction. The wolf rose, slow, not attacking, just filling space. Harry said, you will talk about blood in school, and people will laugh behind your back when you leave the room. You will think they admire you. They do not. Draco's eyes flashed. Shut up. Harry's voice stayed quiet. You will keep trying anyway, because you are afraid that if you stop, your father will look through you and see nothing. Luna let out a small sound, Not laughter, more like surprise at how accurate it was. Draco's eyes went wet for half a second. He blinked hard and turned it into rage. Crab shifted like he wanted to hit something. The thread around him tightened. Violence wanted out. Harry's hand slipped into his cloak and touched Thurisaz, still not speaking it. He did not want to fight on a train. He also would not lose. Draco's voice went sharp. My father will hear about this. Harry stared at him. Tell him. He will already know I am coming. Draco froze. Harry felt the thread tug again. A brief flash of a man with pale eyes and a snake face turning his head. Not in this moment, but in a coming one. Harry shoved it down. Draco backed up a step, then another, as if the space in the compartment had become too thin. This is why people think you're dangerous, Draco snapped, trying to regain the last word. You're a freak. Harry's voice did not change. And you are small. Draco's face twisted. He slammed the compartment door closed hard enough to rattle the glass and stomped away, Crab and Goyle following. For a moment, the corridor noise returned, like a wave rushing back after a stone is lifted. Harry exhaled slowly. His hands were steady again. Luna watched him with bright eyes. That was rude, Luna said politely. Harry blinked. He came here. Luna nodded. Yes, he did. But you also stabbed him in the soft parts. Harry stared at the door. That is where you stop someone. Luna's smile turned strange and gentle. Sometimes you could just let him walk away with his own poison. Harry looked at her. That takes longer. Luna considered, then nodded. True. The wolf settled back down, as if the threat had passed. Harry sat again, shoulders tight. Luna leaned forward slightly. You see too much. Harry's jaw tightened. I see what people hide. Luna's voice softened. That is lonely. Harry felt something twist in his chest. He hated that she could say that without pity. He looked away. I am used to it. Luna did not argue. Instead, she reached out and set her hand on the edge of the seat between them. Not touching Harry, just close. A quiet offer. Harry stared at her hand. His own fingers twitched. He did not take it, but he did not pull away either. The train kept moving. By the time it slowed, the sky outside had turned pale and cold. The castle appeared in the distance, dark against the hills, towers rising like bones. Harry's stomach tightened. Hogwarts. The thread pulled hard. The platform was chaos. Students spilled out, laughing, shouting, calling names. Teachers moved along the edges, hurting. A tall woman in emerald robes stood near the front, face sharp and controlled. Her eyes locked on Harry immediately. Then they dropped to the wolf. She did not flinch. That made Harry respect her a fraction. First years, she called. First years, this way. Luna slipped to Harry's side without asking. Harry did not stop her. They followed the crowd to the boats by the lake. The water was black, reflecting the castle lights like broken stars. Harry stepped into a boat. Luna stepped in after him. The wolf jumped in and curled at Harry's feet. Other kids stared, whispering. Harry stared back until they looked away. The boat glided across the water, pulled by magic. Harry felt it in the air, smooth and confident. He did not like how easy it was. At the steps, they climbed out and followed the line into the castle. Warmth hit them. Smell of stone and food and old wood. The ceiling rose high above, candles floating. Portraits stared and muttered. Harry felt watched from every direction. The wolf's eyes tracked shadows. They entered a hall where older students sat at long tables. The noise hit Harry like a wall. It was not one voice. It was hundreds, layered, alive. At the front stood a stool and a hat that looked like it had been dragged through a swamp. Harry stared at it. He felt nothing from it at first. Then he felt a tug, thin and strange. A teacher with stern eyes, the same woman from the platform, stood near the stool with a parchment. Professor McGonagall, Harry's mind supplied, not memory but thread logic, names slotting into place. McGonagall started calling names. Kids walked up, sat, got the hat put on their heads. The hat shouted a house. Cheers erupted. They ran to their table. Harry watched, jaw tight. Luna whispered, "It bites sometimes." Harry glanced at her. "What?" Luna shrugged. People scream. It is rude. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Then McGonagall said, loud and clear, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not fully, but enough. Harry felt every thread in the room pull toward him. He walked forward. His boots sounded too loud on the stone. The wolf followed. McGonagall's eyes widened slightly. She looked down at the wolf. Her lips pressed together. You cannot bring that, she said, low enough that most could not hear. Harry stopped. Yes, I can. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. This is Hogwarts. There are rules. Harry stared back. I have rules too. The hall held its breath. At the staff table, a man with long hair and a hooked nose stared at Harry like he was dirt. Another man, bearded and smiling, watched with eyes that missed nothing. Dumbledore. Harry felt the thread around him like a net. McGonagall's voice went colder. Mr. Potter. Harry did not move. The wolf stood at his side, calm and ready. McGonagall glanced toward Dumbledore, quick and controlled. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, fingers steepled, smile polite. He nodded once. Permission. McGonagall looked back at Harry and said, tight. Fine. Sit. Harry sat on the stool. The wolf sat beside the stool like a shadow. McGonagall lifted the hat. Harry felt the hat's intent the moment it neared his head. It was not a thread like a person. It was something older, a tool that had become half alive through centuries of minds pressing into it. The hat dropped onto Harry's head. Darkness covered his eyes. A voice whispered in his mind, surprised and strained. Well, the hat said. Well, this is not what I expected. Harry stayed still. He did not like anything inside his head that was not his. Such a strange mind, the hat murmured. So quiet, so sharp, so threaded. Harry's scar prickled. The hat went silent for a moment, as if listening. Then it spoke again, and the tone had changed. Confusion. I cannot sort this, the hat whispered. Harry's jaw tightened. Pick. The hat made a choking sound. You are not built like the others. You have walls I have never touched. You have doors that do not open. There is magic braided through you, but not the kind this school understands. Harry felt a flare of anger. Pick. The hat tried again. Harry felt it press, like fingers pushing at the edges of his mind. Algi's rose instinctively, not spoken, just there in his bones. A ward, a refusal. The hat jerked. A sharp pain shot through Harry's scar. The hat let out a sound that was not a word. Then it screamed. The sound ripped through the great hall like a knife. Students yelped. Teachers surged up from seats. McGonagall reached for the hat like it was on fire. Harry yanked it off his head and threw it onto the floor. The hat twitched once. Then it went limp, smoke curling from its brim. The great hall was dead silent. Harry sat on the stool, breathing hard, hand pressed to his scar. The wolf's teeth showed, low and dangerous. Dumbledore stood slowly. His smile was still there, but it did not reach his eyes now. Harry? Dumbledore said, voice gentle, as if calming a frightened animal. What a dramatic entrance. Harry stared at him through the ache in his skull. I did nothing, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the smoking hat. The hat disagrees. Harry stood. He did not wait for permission. McGonagall's face was pale. Mr. Potter, you will remain where you are. Harry looked at her. No, gasps rippled across the tables. Ron Weasley, somewhere in the crowd, looked like he might faint. Hermione Granger stared with fierce interest, as if this was a problem she wanted to solve. Luna stood near the first years, calm as ever, watching Harry like she understood the shape of him. Dumbledore lifted a hand. Minerva, he said softly. Let us handle this privately. McGonagall's jaw clenched, but she nodded once, stiff. Dumbledore stepped down from the staff table. The man with the hooked nose, Snape, moved too. Eyes narrowed like he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. Harry felt threads tighten all around him. Dumbledore stopped a few steps away from Harry, leaving space like he was being respectful. Come with me, Dumbledore said. Harry stared. Why? Dumbledore's smile was patient. Because you are new. Because something unusual has happened. And because I would like to make sure you are safe. Safe again. Harry hated that word. He glanced at Luna. She met his eyes, calm and steady. Harry looked back at Dumbledore. If you try to enter my head, I will hurt you. The hall held its breath again. Snape's lip curled. Insolent. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. A fair warning, he said softly. I will not force anything. Harry did not believe him. Still, the thread tugged, and Harry knew refusing here would turn into a fight in front of 100 witnesses. He nodded once. Sharp. Fine, he followed. The wolf followed too. Dumbledore led them through corridors that twisted like the castle enjoyed making people lost. Harry tracked his position instinctively, counting turns, noting doors, noting windows. He could hear the great hall noise fade behind them. Snape walked behind, silent and sharp. McGonagall walked at Dumbledore's side, tense. They entered an office filled with odd objects. A bird on a perch, asleep. A shelf full of silver instruments that clicked softly. Paintings that watched and pretended not to. Dumbledore gestured toward a chair. Please. Harry did not sit. He stood with the wolf at his side. Dumbledore studied him, not like a teacher studying a student, like a man studying a weapon that might turn. My dear boy, Dumbledore said gently. You have clearly grown up with a different understanding of magic. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the rune pouch under Harry's cloak. Runic practice. Seer practice. Harry's fingers curled. Do not name things you did not earn. Dumbledore's smile tightened slightly. Fair enough. Tell me then, where have you been? Harry's jaw clenched. North. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. North where? Harry did not answer. Snape's voice slid in cold. He is hiding something. Harry stared at Snape. So are you. Snape's eyes flashed. Dangerous. McGonagall made a sharp sound, warning. Dumbledore lifted a hand. Severus. Minerva. Please. He looked back at Harry, voice calm. I would like to understand what happened with the hat. Harry pressed his palm to his scar. The ache was fading, leaving heat behind. The hat tried to pry, Harry said. I refused. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Many children are nervous. The hat has never screamed before. Harry's voice went flatter. Then it should learn manners. Snape made a sound of disgust. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. You are frightened. Harry's eyes narrowed. No, Dumbledore did not push the word, but he pushed anyway. You are protecting yourself. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore leaned back slightly, hands resting on the desk edge. I wonder, he said softly, if you would allow me a brief look, not force, not invasion, only a touch, to see if you are harmed by something dark. Harry felt his scar throb once, like it heard the word dark. He stared at Dumbledore's face. This man looked kind. That was the problem. Harry said, clear? No. Dumbledore's smile did not change. All right. Snape's eyes narrowed further. Headmaster, he is an unknown variable. He could be cursed, possessed. Harry's stomach twisted. His fingers brushed the knife under his cloak. Not to use it, just grounding. McGonagall said, tight. Severus. Snape ignored her. He came from nowhere with a beast at his side, breaking wands, breaking hats. This is not normal. Harry's voice went quiet and sharp. Normal is what people hide behind. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then, without warning, he stepped closer. Harry felt the thread move before the action fully happened. Intent. Contact. Mind magic reaching like a hand. Harry's body reacted faster than thought. Algies snapped up inside him. A ward that did not need words. The air between Harry and Dumbledore hardened. Curved. Refused. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly as the ward struck his mind magic and pushed it back. Harry's scar flared hot, then steadied. Dumbledore took a half step back. Breath held. Snape's eyes went bright with something like triumph. There. McGonagall looked shaken. Albus. Harry's hands were steady. His voice was flat. I warned you. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry, and for the first time there was something else there besides kindness, respect, and concern. You carry wards in your bones, Dumbledore said quietly. That is Remarkable. Harry did not soften. Do not do it again. Dumbledore nodded once. Slow. I will not. Snape scoffed. You will let a child dictate terms. Harry turned his head slightly toward Snape. You are afraid of what you cannot control. Snape's face twisted. I am not afraid of you. Harry's eyes stayed on him. Then stop acting like you are. McGonagall inhaled sharply, as if stopping herself from snapping at both of them. Dumbledore raised a hand again. Enough. He looked at Harry. We must still sort you. Harry's jaw clenched. Your hat is broken. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the door, like he could still hear the hall noise in his mind. Yes, we will address that. But you cannot remain unsorted, Harry said. I do not belong to your houses. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. You belong here for now. This school is your right? Another word that sounded like ownership. Harry's scar tingled. He thought of the graveyard, the red eyes. He thought of the owl frozen on the snow. He thought of Luna sitting across from him, calm, saying stories are sticky. Harry exhaled slowly. Fine, Harry said. Put me where you want. I do not care. Dumbledore's gaze flicked, quick, to something behind Harry. Harry turned his head. Luna stood in the doorway. Harry's chest tightened. He had not heard her enter. She looked at Dumbledore with polite calm. I was worried Harry would get eaten by one of the moving staircases. McGonagall's mouth tightened, but her eyes softened slightly. Miss Lovegood, you are not meant to be here. Luna smiled. I walked. It was easy. Dumbledore's eyes warmed. Luna, thank you for your concern. Luna stepped closer, gaze flicking briefly to Harry's scar, then back to his eyes. Are you all right? Harry hesitated. Then he nodded once. Luna's shoulders eased. Dumbledore watched that exchange carefully. You know each other, Dumbledore said. Luna nodded. We met on the train. Snape's lip curled. Perfect. Harry glanced at Luna. How did you find me? Luna blinked. I followed the feeling. Harry stared at her. That sounded like the North. That sounded like home. Dumbledore cleared his throat gently. Minerva, he said. Please bring another sorting hat from the storage. An older one if it exists. Or a method. Anything. McGonagall nodded once, stiff, and left. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. Until we resolve this, you will stay under observation. Not punishment. Protection. Harry's jaw tightened. Do not pretend. Dumbledore's gaze stayed calm. I am not pretending. Harry did not believe him. Not fully. Snape stepped forward slightly. Headmaster, we should at least check him for dark mark influence. Harry's stomach went cold. The thread around Snape was spite and curiosity, sharp as a blade. Harry's voice went quiet. Touch me and you will lose your hand. Snape's eyes flashed. He reached anyway, fast. Harry did not speak a rune. He simply shifted his stance. A small step, and the wolf moved with him, placing itself between Snape and Harry, teeth bared, silent. Snape froze. His intent wavered for the first time. Dumbledore's voice sharpened slightly. Severus. Enough. Snape's hand dropped. His eyes stayed on Harry with hate that felt too personal to be only about rules. Harry met his stare without blinking. Luna spoke, mild. Professor Snape, you smell like bitterness and old soap. Snape's head snapped toward her. What did you say? Luna blinked. It is not an insult. It is just true. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile, and he hated himself for it. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled slightly, then he smoothed it away. You may go back to the feast, Luna, Dumbledore said gently. I will send for you when it is time to sort. Luna looked at Harry. I will wait, she said. You should not be alone when people poke at you. Harry's chest tightened again. He nodded once. Fine. Luna turned and left, calm as a whisper. Dumbledore watched Harry for a long moment after she was gone. Your loyalty is quick, Dumbledore said softly. Harry stared at him. So is my suspicion. Dumbledore nodded, as if accepting that. Perhaps you will tell me something, Harry. Not about the North. Not about your clan. Just this. What do you want? Harry did not answer immediately. He thought of the glade, the council, the cloak on his shoulders. He thought of the thread pulling him south like a hook. He said quiet and hard, "I want to stop him before he comes fully back." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "You have seen him." Harry's scar warmed under the words. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. Yes, the room went still. Even Snape stopped breathing for a moment. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm, but his intent shifted into something heavier, older. "Then," Dumbledore said, "we have much to discuss." Harry's scar pulsed once, like a heartbeat that was not his. And somewhere deep in the castle, as the feast continued without him, Harry felt the thread tighten again. Not gentle, certain. The great hall felt too small for what was about to happen. Harry sat at the Hufflepuff table with his shoulders square and his hands flat on the wood, like he was grounding himself. The yellow banners above were bright, cheerful, almost smug about it. Cedric Diggory sat 2 seats to Harry's left, talking to Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones about something harmless, like they were trying to pretend the whole world was not leaning forward. Across the hall, the Ravenclaw table was a sea of blue and quiet voices. Luna sat near the end, feet tucked up on the bench like she was comfortable anywhere. She did not look at Harry until she did, and when their eyes met, it was the same as it always was. Calm, familiar, like a hand on the back of his neck that did not push, only reminded him he was real. At Harry's feet, his Filja was there and not there at the same time. A wolf shape in the shadow under the bench, breath slow, eyes half open. It had learned Hogwarts rules the way Harry had. Not because they mattered, but because breaking them at the wrong moment was noisy. The doors at the far end of the hall slammed open. Everyone turned. McGonagall's sharp voice cracked through the noise. Silence. The hall did not fully obey, but it softened. Dumbledore stepped forward, calm as ever, robes flowing like he owned the air. His eyes swept the room and paused on Harry for a fraction longer than on anyone else. Dumbledore never stared. He did not need to. His attention landed like a weight anyway. "Welcome," Dumbledore said, voice warm. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts." A ripple of cheers. Then the hush returned, because nobody was here for a normal welcome. Dumbledore's smile tightened just a little. "This year," he continued, "we will be hosting a very special event, one that has not been held at Hogwarts for many years." Harry felt it before the words landed. Threads tugging at the ceiling, at the walls, at the old stones. Anticipation, fear, excitement, a few sharp spikes of greed. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. The hall erupted. Students shouted, clapped, pounded tables. Some stood up, craning to see better. The sound hit Harry like a wave. He did not flinch, but his jaw tightened. Cedric turned to Harry, eyebrows raised, a grin flashing. Bloody hell! Harry did not return the grin. He watched the teachers. Karkaroff's name had been whispered for weeks. Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, foreign magic, foreign threats. Snape sat at the staff table with the same expression he always wore when the world gave him an excuse to be cruel. He was watching Harry too, like he was waiting for a crack. Moody sat a little apart, one wooden leg angled out, one scarred hand on the table. His magical eye moved constantly, tracking the room without mercy. It slid over Harry, paused, then moved on. If it lingered, Harry could not tell, and that bothered him. Dumbledore raised his hands. The hall quieted again, slower this time, reluctant. "The tournament," Dumbledore said, "will consist of 3 tasks. Champions will be chosen by the Goblet of Fire." Hermione Granger, seated at the Gryffindor table with a stack of notes already beside her plate, looked like she might faint from excitement. Ron Weasley leaned forward, mouth open, eyes bright, already imagining himself famous. Harry watched Ron for a second and then looked away. They were not enemies exactly. They were not friends either. They were something unfinished, a rope left fraying. "There is," Dumbledore said, voice turning serious, "one important rule. The tournament is dangerous. Therefore, only students of age may enter. Those under 17 will not be able to place their names into the goblet." Groans shot through the younger students. Fred and George Weasley, sitting with their brothers, exchanged a look that screamed trouble. Ron looked like he might cry. Harry did not react. He already knew the goblet's rule would not matter. It never did, not when someone wanted a trap badly enough. The feast ended louder than it started. Students poured into corridors, talking over each other, shouting plans, betting on who would be chosen. Harry moved with the Hufflepuffs toward the stairs, keeping Cedric on one side and the wall on the other. Cedric bumped his shoulder lightly. "You all right?" Harry glanced at him. "I am always all right." Cedric's smile faded a bit. He did not push. That was one of the things Harry respected about him. Cedric did not force himself into spaces he had not earned. "We'll see the other schools tomorrow," Cedric said, trying for normal. "That'll be something, yeah?" Harry nodded once. Behind them, Ernie Macmillan was talking loudly about how Hufflepuff would finally get the respect it deserved. Justin Finch Fletchley laughed along, but his laugh sounded nervous. Harry felt his filja shift under his bench shadow, following as he walked. Quiet, ready. Luna appeared at the edge of the crowd like she had simply decided to exist there. "You look like a storm that decided to wear a boy's skin," she said. Harry kept walking. "It is only a tournament." Luna fell into step beside him, robes swaying. "That is what people call traps when they want to sleep at night." Harry did not answer. Luna's voice stayed soft. "Do you see threads moving already?" Harry's scar prickled. He pressed his fingers briefly to his pocket, touching the smooth stone of Algiz. Not activating, just remembering it was there. "Yes," he said. Luna nodded like she had expected that. "Then do not let them pull your throat closed." Harry looked at her. "They will try." Luna's mouth twitched. "Let them try. You bite." Harry did not smile, but something in his chest loosened by a hair. The foreign schools arrived 2 weeks later, and Hogwarts lost whatever sense of balance it still had. The morning Beauxbatons came. The air in the entrance hall smelled like perfume and cold iron. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, swept in tall and proud, her students in pale blue silk that looked like it would tear if you sneezed on it. The morning Durmstrang came. The whole castle seemed to breathe differently. Their students wore heavy red and fur, their boots leaving damp marks on the stone. Victor Krum walked among them like he was already bored with being watched. Harry watched Victor carefully. Victor's thread was thick, older than his face. He carried the weight of expectation the way Harry did, but he did not fight it. He wore it. When Durmstrang passed, Karkaroff's eyes slid over the students, calculating. His gaze hit Harry and paused, sharp as a hook. A small smile formed and died fast, like he had tasted something sour. Harry felt the wolf under his shadow go still. Karkaroff moved on, but the thread he left behind did not. It lingered like a smear. That night, the goblet of fire was placed in the entrance hall, behind a shimmering line on the floor. Older students crowded around it like moths around flame. Names went in, parchment after parchment, and the goblet swallowed them all. Ron stood at the edge of the crowd, bouncing on his feet. "Just imagine it," he said, voice loud. "Imagine being picked. You'd be sorted out for life. Fame. Gold. Everyone knows your name." Hermione shot him a look. "It's dangerous. People have died." Ron waved a hand. "Yeah, ages ago. It'll be fine now. Hogwarts is safe. Dumbledore's here." Harry heard the word safe and felt his stomach twist. Ron noticed him then. His smile faltered. For a second, Ron's eyes flicked to Harry's scar. Then to the shadow under Harry's feet. Then back. Ron's voice went awkward. "All right, Harry." Harry nodded once. "Ron." Ron looked like he wanted to say something else. Something kinder. Something braver. He did not. He looked away first. Hermione, though, held Harry's gaze. She had not stopped trying to figure him out since first year, and now her curiosity burned brighter than ever. "You're not entering," Hermione said, blunt. Harry stared at the goblet. The flame inside it was blue, but the threads around it were black with intent. "No," Harry said. Hermione's shoulders eased slightly. "Good." Ron snorted. "Of course he's not. He doesn't need a tournament to get attention, does he?" Hermione turned on Ron instantly. "That's not fair." Ron flushed. "I'm just saying." Harry did not look at Ron. He looked at the goblet and listened to the thread tug, soft and patient, like a trap that knew time was on its side. Luna's voice came from behind Harry, quiet enough to slide under the noise. It is hungry. Harry did not turn. I know. On Halloween night, the great hall glowed with floating pumpkins and orange candlelight. The feast was louder than normal. People kept glancing toward the staff table, toward the empty space where the goblet would soon be brought in. Harry sat between Cedric and Susan Bones. Cedric looked steady, but Harry could feel the tension under his skin. Cedric wanted to represent his house. He wanted to do it right. When the feast ended, Dumbledore stood and raised his hands. The hall quieted. Not fully, but enough. The champions will now be chosen, Dumbledore said, voice carrying. Students surged to their feet, craning. Harry remained seated until Cedric nudged him. Come on, Cedric murmured. They'll want everyone to see. Harry stood. His Filja moved with him, shadow lengthening under the bench. The goblet was placed on a stool at the front, flame flickering blue and wild. The age line shimmered on the stone floor like a thin sheet of glass. Dumbledore pulled out a parchment. The champion for Durmstrang, he announced, will be Victor Krum. Durmstrang roared. Victor stood, expression flat, and walked forward like this was another training session. Karkaroff clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to make the fabric shift. Dumbledore waited as Victor stepped behind the curtain to the side. The champion for Beauxbatons, Dumbledore said, will be Fleur Delacour. Beauxbatons cheered with sharp, bright voices. Fleur stood and glided forward, chin up, eyes half-lidded like she was already judging the hall. Dumbledore looked at the goblet again. The champion for Hogwarts, he said, and the hall held its breath, will be Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff exploded. Cedric's friends shouted. People slapped his back. Cedric's face went red, grin wide, eyes shining. He looked at Harry as if to share the moment, like Harry was part of it. Harry nodded once. Good. Cedric's grin softened into something grateful. Then he stepped forward, accepting cheers, walking behind the curtain with steady steps. Harry watched the flame in the goblet. It should have died down. It should have finished. Instead, it roared. The blue flame shot higher. A murmur rippled across the hall. Dumbledore's brows rose, just slightly. The goblet spat out another parchment. It fluttered down, landing near Dumbledore's hand like a dead leaf. Harry's scar warmed. Dumbledore picked it up. He read it. For a moment his face did not change. Then his gaze lifted, and it landed on Harry like a hook. The fourth champion, Dumbledore said, voice suddenly careful, is Harry Potter. Silence crashed into the hall. Not a hush, a hard stop, like someone had cut a cord holding up sound. Harry felt every eye on him. He felt threads snap tight, twisting into shapes. Shock, anger, awe, jealousy, relief in a few faces that looked like they had wanted chaos. Ron's face went white. Hermione looked like her brain had split in half, one side screaming logic, the other screaming that it was impossible. Slytherin erupted into laughter and boos at the same time. Draco Malfoy's grin was sharp enough to draw blood. Harry did not move. He had seen this in the north in flashes that came like snow blindness. Parchment. A name. The room turning. He did not look surprised because he was not. He did not defend himself because he was not going to play. Dumbledore's voice cut through the shock. Harry, he said, calm but firm. Please come forward. Harry walked. The hall watched him move like he was walking to an execution. His Filja followed, silent. Whispers rose behind him as he passed. Some said his name like it was worship. Some said it like it was a curse. Harry stepped past the age line without hesitation. The shimmering barrier did not react to him at all. It was a rule meant for a different kind of magic. When Harry reached Dumbledore, the headmaster leaned down slightly. His voice was low, meant for Harry's ears only. Did you put your name in the goblet? Harry met his gaze. No. Dumbledore held the look for a long second. Harry felt the faint pressure of legitimacy brushing his wards. A polite test, like a hand on a locked door. Algi sat in Harry's bones. The door did not open. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened, then softened again, as if he had decided to wait. Then we will discuss this, Dumbledore murmured. Now you must go. Harry nodded once. He stepped toward the curtain. Behind him, the hall exploded again. Not cheers. Arguments. Shouts. Ron's voice cut through it, sharp and raw. You did it. Hermione snapped back. Louder. Ron, shut up. Harry did not turn. He stepped behind the curtain and into the champion's anteroom. The room was smaller, warmer, and it smelled like dust and parchment. Cedric stood near the fireplace, face pale now, his earlier grin gone. Fleur leaned against a wall, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Victor stood near the window, watching the grounds like he did not care about any of this. But his thread was tight. Moody stood by the door, one hand on his staff, magical eye spinning. Crouch Sr. was there too, stiff and grim, looking like he wished the whole room would burn down so he would not have to deal with it. Cedric took a step toward Harry. Harry, he said, voice tight. Did you enter? Harry looked at him. No. Cedric held Harry's gaze. Cedric's intent was honest confusion. It did not feel like a trap. I believe you, Cedric said, and the words landed like a small shield between Harry and the room. Fleur scoffed. It is amusing, she said, accent thick, eyes sharp. Little boy chosen. Very dramatic. Victor's eyes slid to Harry. He spoke slowly, voice rough. You are not surprised. Harry shrugged once. Surprise wastes time. Moody's magical eye whirled, locking onto Harry. The real eye above it narrowed. That's a good attitude, Moody rasped. Tournament will eat anyone who wastes time. Crouch Sr. stepped forward, jaw clenched. This is an outrage, he snapped. He is underage. He cannot compete. This is against the rules. Dumbledore entered then, McGonagall at his side, Snape behind them like a shadow made of contempt. The goblet is a binding contract, Dumbledore said, voice calm but solid. The magic is ancient. Once chosen, the champion must compete. McGonagall's eyes were fierce. Albus, he is 14. Snape's voice slid in cold. Or he is a liar. Harry turned his head slowly. Say it again. Snape's lip curled. A liar. Harry felt his fidget tense behind him. He kept his hands at his sides. Dumbledore lifted a hand. Enough. This will be resolved. But the contract remains. Cedric looked at Harry again, voice low. You didn't do it. So someone did it for you. Harry nodded. Yes. Fleur's eyes narrowed. And why would anyone do that? Harry met her gaze. Because they want me in danger. Or because they want me to make someone else look safe. Victor's mouth twitched. You speak like you already know. Harry did not answer. Moody's gaze lingered. His magical eye spun, focusing on Harry's pocket where the rune stones rested. Wandless, Moody muttered. Harry's head snapped toward him. What? Moody's mouth pulled into something that might have been a grin. I see things. Keeps me alive. Harry stared at the flask at Moody's hip. It was metal, dented, capped tight. Moody's hand brushed it once. Habitual. Harry's scar warmed again, and he suddenly saw, for a flicker, a hand not Moody's lifting that flask. A younger hand, steadier, hungry. Harry's stomach went cold. Dumbledore spoke again, drawing the room back. You will all be informed of the first task soon. Until then, you will return to your dormitories. Crouch Sr. looked like he wanted to argue, but he held back. Fleur sniffed and swept out first. Victor followed, silent. Cedric hesitated, then moved closer to Harry, voice low. If you need help, he said, quick, I'll help. Even if everyone else decides to be stupid. Harry looked at him. Thank you. Cedric nodded once, then left. Harry turned toward the door. Snape stepped into his path. Harry stopped. His Filge's eyes glowed faintly in the shadow behind him. Snape's voice was quiet and sharp. You are not clever enough to trick the goblet. Harry stared at him. I did not. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's scar. You are a magnet for disasters. Harry's voice stayed flat. You are a man who likes disasters when they are not yours. Snape's face tightened. His hand twitched, like he wanted to grab Harry's arm. Search him. Punish him. Dumbledore's voice cut in from behind. Severus. Snape stepped back, jaw clenched. Harry walked out. The corridor outside was chaos. Students crowded. Voices bounced off stone. Some shouted Harry's name like they were chanting. Some shouted insults. Ernie Macmillan pushed his way through the crowd toward Harry, face red and furious. "Potter," he snapped. "You absolute attention-seeking, you cheated. You stole Hufflepuff's moment." Cedric appeared behind Ernie, voice firm. "Ernie, stop." Ernie did not stop. He always gets the spotlight. Always. Now Cedric's champion and Potter's champion, and we look like fools. Harry stared at Ernie. The thread around him was anger, yes, but also fear. Fear of being invisible. Harry said, quiet. "If your pride needs me to be a villain, your pride is weak." Ernie flinched like he had been slapped. Justin Finch Fletchley muttered, "Blimey." Susan Bones looked between Harry and Ernie, unsure. Cedric stepped closer to Ernie. "Back off." He didn't enter. Ernie stared at Cedric. "And you just believe him?" Cedric's voice was steady. "Yes." Ernie's mouth opened, then closed. He looked away, embarrassed and angry at the same time. Harry moved past them. His Filja moved with him, shadow-brushing boots. Ron Weasley found Harry near the staircase, pushing through the crowd like he was swimming upstream. His ears were red. His eyes were bright with something that was not excitement anymore. He grabbed Harry's sleeve. Harry stopped instantly. His body went tense. The wolf shadow under him thickened. Ron's voice was rough. "You did it." Hermione shoved her way through right after him, hair wild, eyes furious. "Ron, let go of him." Ron did not let go. He bloody did. He always has something. Always. First year he's weird. Second year he's got a monster chasing him. Third year everyone thinks he's cursed. Now he's entered a tournament. It never stops. Harry stared at Ron's hand on his sleeve. "Let go," Harry said. Ron's grip tightened. "Tell me you didn't." Harry met Ron's gaze. Ron's thread was a mess. Jealousy, fear, hurt, a desperate need to believe the world was fair. Harry said, "I did not." Ron's face twisted. "You're lying." Hermione snapped. "Ron, you were being thick." Ron shot her a look. "Oh, shut it, Hermione. You always take his side." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Because evidence exists. Because logic exists. Because Harry does not want attention like you do." Ron's face went redder. "I don't want attention." Hermione's voice went colder. "Yes, you do." Harry's scar warmed. The corridor noise blurred around him. He saw Ron's thread pulling toward him, stretching, fraying. If Harry tugged it hard, it would snap. If Harry did nothing, it would rot slowly. Harry said, quiet. "You want me to be guilty because it makes your anger easier." Ron blinked, shocked. "What?" Harry continued, voice calm and sharp. "If I am guilty, then you can hate me without thinking. If I am innocent, then someone is playing with us and you look stupid for shouting." Ron's mouth opened. "You!" Harry's gaze did not shift. "Let go." Ron let go like he had been burned, but his face was still furious. He took a step back. "Fine," he snapped. "Do whatever you want. Get yourself killed. I don't care." Ron turned and shoved through the crowd, storming away. Hermione stared after him, breathing hard. Then she looked at Harry, eyes softer. "I'm sorry," she said tight. "He's being awful." Harry looked down the corridor where Ron had gone. "He is afraid." Hermione's voice went sharp again. "So are we all. That does not give him the right." Harry did not answer. He started walking. Hermione hurried beside him. "Harry, listen. Someone could have used a Confundus charm, or an age potion, or a powerful loophole. The goblet is ancient, but it still has rules. There are ways." Harry glanced at her. "You think rules stop people?" Hermione's chin lifted stubbornly. "Rules help catch them. I can research. I can check old texts. I can look for precedent." Harry hesitated. He did not like depending on anyone, but Hermione was sharp and relentless, and sometimes sharp tools were useful. "Do it," Harry said. Hermione's eyes widened, pleased. "I will." Harry's voice stayed flat. "Do not tell anyone you are helping me." Hermione frowned. "Why?" Harry looked at her. "Because whoever did this will watch my allies." Hermione's mouth tightened. "Fine." They reached the Hufflepuff common room, the barrels shifting aside to let them in. Warm firelight spilled over stone walls. The smell of honey and old wood settled into Harry's lungs. Students were already there. Some stopped talking when Harry entered. Some stared. Some whispered. A few glared. Cedric stood near the fire. He straightened when he saw Harry. "Everyone," Cedric said, voice firm, cutting through the murmurs. "Stop acting like idiots." Ernie bristled. Cedric kept going. "He didn't enter. You all saw his face. He wasn't enjoying it. Whoever did this wants him dead or wants us divided. So if you want to help Hufflepuff, you stop tearing him apart." The room went quiet. Hannah Abbott looked guilty. Justin looked relieved. Susan looked like she wanted to cry. Ernie's jaw clenched. "Fine," he muttered, not sounding fine at all. Cedric looked at Harry. "Come here." Harry walked to Cedric and stood near the fire. Cedric's voice dropped. "Do you have any idea who did it?" Harry stared at the flames. "Not yet." Cedric nodded once, not pushing. "All right, then we plan. You're stuck in this, whether we like it or not." Harry's hand went to his pocket. Algi stone. Cold. Solid. "Yes," Harry said. Cedric watched him carefully. "And you're not going to pretend you can do this alone." Harry's jaw tightened. "I can." Cedric's smile was small and stubborn. "Sure. But you won't." Harry did not respond, but he did not walk away either. That was as close to agreement as he was willing to give. Later that night, Harry left the common room quietly. He moved through the corridors with the kind of silence he had learned in the north, feet careful, breathing steady. He needed air. He needed space where the castle's noise could not press on him. He found a window alcove on the 3rd floor, stone cold under his hands. The moon outside was pale, and the grounds looked dark and calm. The lake lay still, reflecting a sliver of light like a blade. Harry leaned his forehead against the glass. His scar pricked again, faint but steady, like a finger tapping from the inside. His Filja sat behind him, quiet, watching the corridor. "You are lonely," Luna's voice said, soft. Harry turned. Luna stood in the shadow of the corridor, hands behind her back, expression calm as always. Her hair was loose, pale in the moonlight. "How did you find me?" Harry asked. Luna blinked. "I looked." Harry stared. "That is not an answer." Luna walked closer, stopping a few steps away, leaving space. "The castle is loud when it lies," she said. "Tonight it is screaming." Harry's jaw tightened. "Everyone thinks I did it." Luna tilted her head. "Not everyone." Harry watched her face. "You do not." Luna's mouth twitched. "I know your shape. You do not chase shiny things. You watch them like they bite." Harry looked back out the window. "It will bite." Luna stepped closer, still not touching him. "Yes." Harry's voice went flat. "Why are you here?" Luna's gaze stayed on him. "Because you did not flinch when the hall wanted you to beg. That takes a lot of strength. People confuse strength with cruelty. I do not." Harry's throat felt tight. He hated how her words landed in him. He said, "I do not want pity." Luna nodded. "Good. I am not giving you pity." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small wrapped sweet. She held it out, palm open. Harry stared at it. Luna's voice stayed gentle. "Sugar does not fix a trap, but it helps your brain stop chewing itself." Harry hesitated. Then he took it, fingers brushing her palm briefly. A small jolt ran through him, not magic, just contact. Luna did not pull away. She did not smile like she had won something. She simply watched him open the sweet and eat it. Harry swallowed. "Thank you." Luna nodded once. "You are welcome." Harry stared at the lake again. "Someone wants me in that tournament." Luna's voice went quieter. "Yes." Harry pressed his fingers to his scar. "And the scar agrees." Luna's eyes sharpened. "Do you see him?" Harry hesitated. He did not like saying Voldemort's shadow out loud. It made it feel closer. "I saw a man in a graveyard," Harry said, voice low. "A man who should be dead." Luna's face did not change. She only inhaled slowly, like she was taking that truth in properly. "That means the thread is tightening," she said. Harry looked at her. "You keep saying that." Luna's gaze stayed steady. "Because it is true." Harry's voice went flat. Then I will cut it. Luna's mouth twitched, almost a smile. You will try. That is the part one like about you. Harry stared at her. Like. Luna blinked, then smiled fully, soft. Yes. Harry's chest tightened. He looked away again, fast. Go back to your dorm. Luna did not move. No. Harry's brows drew together. Why? Luna's voice was simple. Because if someone is hunting you, they will watch when you are alone. I do not like giving hunters easy meals. Harry stared at her. His filja shifted behind him, the faintest sound of claws on stone. Harry exhaled slowly. Fine. Luna leaned her shoulder lightly against the stone near the window, not touching Harry. Her presence was steady, quiet, like the north in a different shape. They stayed there until the castle's noise settled. The first task was announced 2 weeks later. Harry stood in the corridor outside the Great Hall with Cedric, Hermione, and a few other students pressed around them. The champions were called first. Victor and Fleur stood near the front, faces unreadable. Cedric looked tense but ready. Harry felt eyes on him constantly. Some students looked at him like he was a criminal. Some looked at him like he was a hero. Both made him want to leave. Moody stood near the wall, leaning on his staff, magical eye spinning. It locked on Harry as he approached. Moody's voice was low, rough. Potter. Harry stopped. Moody. Moody's mouth twisted. You're in trouble. Harry stared. Yes. Moody's eye whirled, focusing on Harry's pocket again. You fight without a wand. Harry did not answer. Moody's voice went even lower. This tournament doesn't care what you believe. It will try to kill you anyway. Harry met his gaze. Then it will fail. Moody stared at him for a long second. Then he made a sound like a laugh that had been dragged through gravel. You've got guts, Moody said. Or you've got a death wish. Harry's voice stayed flat. I have work. Moody leaned closer. The magical eye spun, staring at Harry's scar, then at his hands, then at the shadow where the wolf sat. Watch your back, Moody said, and watch your friends' backs. Most deaths come from behind. Harry's scar warmed. He smelled something sharp on Moody's breath. Not alcohol. Something chemical, bitter. Harry's eyes flicked to Moody's flask. Moody's hand tightened around it for a second, then relaxed. Harry said, quiet. You drink too much. Moody's real eye narrowed. You see too much. Harry did not deny it. Moody stepped back, and the crowd shifted, swallowing the space between them. Dumbledore announced the first task without saying what it was. The champions were told they would be informed privately. The morning of the first task, Harry woke before the sun. He lay on his bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory, listening to the other boys breathing. Cedric's bed was across the room, curtains drawn, but Harry could feel the tension in Cedric's thread even asleep. Harry sat up slowly. His filja lifted its head from the shadow near Harry's trunk. Harry dressed quietly, pulling on dark clothes under his robes, wrapping his rune cord around his wrist. The stones clicked softly against each other, a sound that felt like home. He left the dormitory and moved through corridors while the castle still slept. The air was colder than usual. The stones held night in them. He reached a corridor near the grounds and found Hermione waiting, hair tied back, face pale. You're early, Hermione whispered. Harry glanced at her. You are too. Hermione hugged a book to her chest. I stayed up. I found records about the goblet. There are loopholes, but none of them are easy. Whoever did this is skilled. Harry nodded once. I know. Hermione swallowed. Do you have any idea what the first task is? Harry looked toward the window. He could feel the threads beyond the stone, thick and restless. A massive weight moving in the distance. Yes, Harry said. Hermione's eyes widened. What? Harry's voice stayed flat. Dragons. Hermione made a small sound of horror. How do you know? Harry tapped his temple once. I watched the threads. Hermione's mouth tightened. That is not a reliable method. Harry looked at her. It has kept me alive. Hermione hesitated, then nodded, unwillingly conceding. All right, dragons. What are you going to do? Harry's fingers curled around the Algi stone. Not die. Hermione's voice went sharp. Harry. Harry looked at her. I cannot do wand tricks. Hermione's eyes flashed. You could learn. Harry's voice stayed calm. Not in 2 weeks. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it, frustrated. Footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Cedric appeared, hair damp, face serious. You too, he murmured. Come on. They're calling us. Hermione looked at Cedric, then at Harry. Be careful, she said, voice tight. And do not do something reckless to prove a point. Harry stared at her. I do not prove points. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You do sometimes. Harry did not argue. He turned and followed Cedric. The champions were escorted down to the grounds behind the castle. A temporary arena had been built, stands rising on 3 sides, packed with students already shouting and pointing. Teachers stood along the edges, wands out, faces tense. Harry's pulse stayed steady, but his body felt heavy. His hands were cold. He could hear the dragon before he saw it. A low rumble like stone grinding. They were led into a tent behind the arena. Victor sat on a bench, head down, jaw clenched. Fleur paced, face tight. Cedric stood near the entrance, breathing slow. Ludo Bagman bounced in, face far too cheerful. All right, champions, he said, clapping his hands. No need to look so grim. This is exciting, historic, wonderful. He waved his hands toward the opening of the tent, where a gap showed the arena beyond. The dragon moved, scales scraping the ground, wings flexing. Hermione's horror made sense now. The thing was enormous. It was not a story. It was a living weapon. Bagman kept talking. You must collect the golden egg. Each of you will face a dragon. You may use any spell you like. Any method you like, really, as long as you do not kill the dragon. Fleur's mouth tightened. Victor's knuckles went white. Cedric swallowed hard. Harry watched the dragon's throat expand as it breathed. He watched the heat roll out of its mouth. His Filja sat at the tent's edge, eyes fixed, body still. Bagman glanced at Harry, smile slipping. Ah, he said, remembering. You, might want to consider a wand, Potter. Even temporarily. Harry's gaze did not shift. No, Bagman blinked. Throne. Right. Well, creativity, then. Moody appeared at the tent flap, scarred face grim. His magical eye spun. First champion, Bagman announced. Miss Delacour. Fleur stopped pacing. Her face went smooth. She stepped out. A minute later, screams and cheers rose from the stands. A blast of fire lit the tent's canvas orange. Harry kept breathing slow. Victor went next. Then Cedric. Harry listened to Cedric's fight through sound and thread, the crowd's reactions tugging at the air. Cedric's magic hit the dragon hard and fast, but he was careful. He did not show off. He got the egg. The stands roared with real pride. Cedric returned to the tent, hair singed, face pale, but alive. He looked at Harry and nodded once, like a soldier acknowledging another. Bagman's voice boomed. And now Hogwarts' second champion, Harry Potter. The stands went wild. Some cheers, plenty of boos. The sound was jagged, ugly. Harry stood. His legs felt steady. His hands felt cold and numb. Cedric grabbed his arm for a second. Harry, he said, quick. Don't be stupid. Use something. Anything. Harry met his gaze. I will. Cedric looked like he did not believe him, but he let go. Harry walked out of the tent and into the arena. The dragon was already there, crouched over its nest, wings half spread. Its eyes locked onto him instantly. A Hungarian horntail. Harry knew the name because Hermione had shoved a book into his hands 2 days ago, insisting he at least know what kind of death was coming. The horntail's mouth opened, and heat rolled out. Harry stopped at the marked line. The crowd noise washed over him. He ignored it. He felt the dragon's thread. Thick, heavy, hungry, simple. The dragon did not care about politics. Cared about defending its eggs. Harry's Filja stepped into the arena beside him, visible now. A ripple of panic went through the stands as people noticed. Is that allowed? Someone shouted. McGonagall's voice snapped back. Silence. Harry's eyes stayed on the dragon. He reached into his pocket, pulled out Isa, and rolled it between his fingers. The stone was cold, but the rune inside it was colder. Harry whispered, Isa. The air around his hand changed. Not dramatic, just a shift. The warmth in the arena dipped. The dragon's nostrils flared. Tasted the change. Harry did not wait. He sprinted forward. The horntail roared and blasted fire. Harry's body moved before his mind finished thinking. He slid to the side, boots scraping dirt, heat searing his cheek as the fire passed close enough to singe hair. His lungs tightened. He tasted smoke. He did not stop moving. The dragon lifted one claw, ready to crush. Harry threw his left hand out. Rune stone pressed hard between fingers. Algize. The air snapped. A ward line rose in front of him, invisible but solid. The dragon's claw slammed down, and the ward took it. The impact hit Harry's bones like a hammer. His knees buckled. His teeth clicked. His wrist burned. The ward held for half a second. That was enough. Harry rolled under the dragon's chest, dirt exploding under him, and came up on the other side near the nest. The heat here was worse. The eggs were huge, pale, glossy. The golden egg sat among them like a lie. The dragon's tail whipped around, spiked, fast. Harry saw it in the thread a heartbeat before it hit. He dropped flat. The tail tore through the space above him. Wind and death, spikes scraping dirt. Harry's ribs screamed from the impact of hitting the ground. His lungs wheezed. He forced himself up. The dragon turned, roaring, eyes burning. Harry's hands shook slightly as he reached for Thurisaz. Not fear, strain. The ward had taken more out of him than a wand spell ever would. He whispered, Thurisaz. The rune flared in his mind like a thorn. Harry slammed his palm into the ground. The dirt beneath the dragon's front claws turned sharp, jagged, rising like teeth. It did not pierce the dragon's scales, but it shifted its footing. The horntail stumbled, just a fraction, claws scraping for grip. Harry used that fraction. He ran straight at the dragon's throat. The crowd screamed. Harry heard a girl shriek his name like a warning. He ignored it. He had no wand, no broom, no fancy trick. He had the dragon's breath, the shape of its neck, and the fact that it had to inhale to burn him. The horntail sucked in air. Harry was already there. He shoved Isa forward, right at the open mouth, and whispered again. Stronger. Isa. Cold exploded. Not ice on the ground. Not frost on leaves. Cold inside the dragon's mouth. The horntail's throat convulsed. Its roar turned into a choked, wet sound. Harry shoved again, forcing the rune's power deeper, and his vision flickered from strain. His nose bled, warm down his lip. The dragon's eyes went wide, not with thought, but with instinctive panic. Tried to breathe fire again. Could not. The cold bit deeper, building like winter inside lungs. Harry's hand shook violently. His wrist felt like it was splitting. He could feel the rune pulling at him, demanding more. Harry gritted his teeth and switched stones in one smooth motion, dragging Kenas from his pocket with his bleeding fingers. He whispered, Kenas. Heat bloomed. Not the dragon's heat. Harry's heat. Controlled. Sharp. Clean burn. The sudden shift, cold and heat, shocked the dragon's throat. Steam burst out. A harsh plume. The horntail gagged, head jerking, claws digging into the dirt, trying to pull away from what was inside it. Harry ran with it, staying close, staying under the reach of its claws. His just snapped forward, teeth bared, drawing the dragon's eye for a fraction. Not attacking, only distracting. The dragon's focus flicked. Harry moved again. He grabbed the golden egg. The egg was hot, burning through his gloves. He nearly dropped it. The dragon roared, finally coughing fire in a wild burst that scorched the dirt beside Harry. Harry stumbled back, egg clutched to his chest. His lungs burned. His ribs hurt. His wrist throbbed. Blood ran from his nose and down his chin. He did not stop. He sprinted toward the line. Behind him, the horntail thrashed, hacking, shaking its head like it was trying to throw winter out of its throat. The crowd noise was not cheering now. It was fear. Harry crossed the line and collapsed to one knee, egg still in his arms. Bagman's voice sounded far away. He did it. He actually did it. Harry's vision tunneled for a second. He forced himself to breathe in and out, slow, tasting smoke and blood. McGonagall's face appeared in front of him, tight with fury and worry. "Mr. Potter," she snapped. "What were you thinking?" Harry looked up at her. His voice came out rough. "I was thinking of not dying." McGonagall's mouth tightened like she wanted to yell more, but did not have the space. Madame Pomfrey shoved through the teachers and grabbed Harry's arm. "Hospital wing," she barked. "Now. And do not argue with me." Harry tried to stand. His legs shook. His filja pressed against his side like a brace. Pomfrey's eyes flicked to the wolf. "That thing stays out of my way." Harry's voice was flat. "He stays with me." Pomfrey looked like she might explode, then decided she had bigger problems and hauled Harry up anyway. The walk to the castle felt longer than it should have. Harry's hearing rang. Students shouted behind them. Some sounded thrilled. Some sounded disgusted. His hands kept trembling. By the time he was on a bed in the hospital wing, his body was finally admitting what it had done. His muscles cramped. His chest hurt. His scar pulsed hot and angry. Pomfrey waved her wand over him, then frowned hard. "What is this?" she snapped. "This is not a normal magical depletion." Harry stared at the ceiling. "I did not use a wand." Pomfrey's eyes widened, then narrowed. "I know that, you stubborn child. I mean this. Your body is reacting like you ran a marathon and got hit by a carriage." Harry's mouth twitched. "That is accurate." Pomfrey huffed and pressed a potion to his lips. "Drink." Harry drank. The taste was bitter. His stomach clenched. Pomfrey dabbed at his nosebleed and muttered insults under her breath that sounded suspiciously like affection. The ward curtains around his bed were half drawn. He could still see the room. Cedric lay 2 beds away, arm wrapped, face pale. He glanced at Harry and gave a small nod. Victor sat on his bed, shoulders hunched, staring at his hands like he was replaying his fight. Fleur paced near the window, muttering French under her breath, face tight. Harry's filja lay on the floor beside Harry's bed, head on paws, eyes open. Footsteps approached. Dumbledore appeared at the edge of Harry's bed, hands folded. His eyes were calm, but his attention was sharp. "Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry turned his head slightly. "Headmaster." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "That was an extraordinary display." Harry's jaw tightened. "Do not praise it. It will make people think I did it for attention." Dumbledore's gaze held. "You did it to survive." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore leaned a little closer. "You used runes in a way few witches or wizards here have ever seen." The crowd was frightened. Harry stared at the ceiling. "They should be frightened of the person who put my name in the goblet." Dumbledore's voice softened. "Yes, they should." Harry's eyes flicked to Dumbledore. "You are watching me like I am the threat." Dumbledore did not deny it. He only said, "I am watching everything." Harry's scar pulsed once, like it disliked that answer. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the golden egg sitting on a table nearby. "The egg contains a clue for the second task," he said. "You will need it." Harry's voice went flat. "Then tell me the second task." Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. "No." Harry's jaw clenched. "You are forcing me into danger and then pretending it is fair." Dumbledore's eyes held steady. "I am not the one who forced you into the tournament." Harry stared at him. "But you are letting it happen." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Quiet. Because the contract would punish you if you refused. And because whoever did this wanted you here. And I would rather you face the trap with eyes open than be torn apart by ancient magic for breaking it." Harry's throat tightened. He hated that the explanation made sense. Dumbledore straightened. "Rest," he said. "We will speak again." Harry's voice was rough. "Do not try to enter my head." Dumbledore's eyes softened. "I will not." Dumbledore turned and walked away, robes sweeping. As he left, the air behind him shifted. Moody appeared at the edge of Harry's bed, leaning on his staff, face unreadable. Pomfrey turned instantly. "Out!" she snapped. "He needs rest." Moody's magical eye spun, staring at Pomfrey, then at Harry. 1 minute, he rasped. Pomfrey glared like she was considering hexing him herself. Then she huffed and stalked away, muttering. Moody leaned closer. His voice dropped. Good work in there. Harry stared at him. You enjoyed watching. Moody's mouth twisted. I enjoyed watching a kid refuse to die. Harry's scar warmed. Harry's gaze flicked to the flask at Moody's hip again. Moody noticed. His real eye narrowed slightly. The magical eye kept spinning. You're suspicious, Moody said. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes, Moody gave a short laugh. Good. Suspicion keeps you alive. Harry did not look away. What do you drink? Moody's mouth tightened. None of your business. Harry's voice went colder. Everything is my business now. Someone put my name in the goblet. Someone wants me dead. If you are part of it, I will find you. Moody stared at him for a long moment. Then he leaned even closer, voice rougher. You're starting to sound like me. Harry's stomach twisted. Moody tapped his staff once on the floor. Watch the judges. Watch your friends. Watch the people who smile too much. Harry's eyes narrowed. And you? Moody's magical eye locked on Harry's face. And me? Moody stepped back and turned away. Harry watched him go, and his scar pulsed again, like it was keeping time with something that was not here. The curtain beside Harry's bed shifted. Luna slipped in quietly, moving like a whisper. She carried a small paper bag. Pomfrey's voice snapped from across the room. Miss Lovegood, if you disturb him, I will throw you out myself. Luna nodded politely. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Luna sat on the chair beside Harry's bed, careful, leaving space. She set the paper bag on the table. Harry stared at her. You should be at dinner. Luna's voice was soft. Dinner will still exist later. You might not, if you keep letting people set you on fire. Harry's mouth twitched faintly. It was mostly heat, not fire. Luna's eyes widened slightly, then she smiled. That is not comforting. Harry looked at her hands. Why are you here? Luna opened the bag and pulled out a wrapped biscuit. Because you look like your bones are trying to crawl out of your skin. Harry stared. That is also not comforting. Luna broke the biscuit in half and held a piece out. Harry hesitated, then took it. Their fingers brushed. Harry's chest tightened. He swallowed hard. Luna watched him eat. You did not die, she said, like she was checking a list only she could see. Harry's voice went flat. I did not. Luna nodded, satisfied. Good. Harry stared at the ceiling. Everyone thinks I am dark now. Luna's voice was calm. They already did. Harry's jaw tightened. Now they are afraid. Luna leaned forward slightly. Fear is not always bad. Fear makes people honest about what they want to do to you. Harry turned his head and looked at her. What do you want to do to me? Luna blinked, surprised. Then she smiled, small and real. I want you to stop pretending you do not need anyone. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away again. I do not need anyone. Luna's voice stayed gentle. Yes, you do. Everyone does. Even wolves. Harry glanced down at his filja. The wolf's eyes were on Luna. Calm. Luna's hand drifted down, and she stroked the wolf's head once, slow and respectful. The wolf did not flinch. Harry watched that and felt something shift inside him. Luna looked back up at Harry. You were brave, she said, simple. Harry's voice went rough. I was terrified. Luna nodded like that was obvious. That is what brave is. Harry stared at her face. You say things like they are easy. Luna shrugged. They are easy. People just make them complicated so they can pretend they have excuses. Harry's chest tightened again. He wanted to say something. Something honest. Something that might crack him open. Instead, he said, Go back before Pomfrey bites. Luna's mouth twitched. She already threatened to throw me. Harry's voice went flat. She will. Luna stood slowly. She leaned closer, close enough that Harry could smell her hair, clean and faintly like paper. She paused. May I? Harry's breath caught. May you what? Luna's cheeks flushed slightly, the faintest pink. Kiss you, she said, quiet and steady, like she was asking if she could borrow a book. Harry froze. His body felt suddenly too hot, too cold, too everything. His scar prickled, annoyed, like it had opinions. Harry looked at Luna's face. There was no teasing, no trap, no pressure, just honesty. Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. Yes. Luna leaned in and kissed him. It was not dramatic. It was not perfect. It was soft and real and brief, like she was making a promise without words. Harry's hands clenched the blanket for a second, then relaxed. When Luna pulled back, she looked at him calmly, as if nothing had changed and everything had. Good, she said softly. Now you have one more reason to not die. Harry stared at her. His throat felt tight. That is unfair. Luna's smile was gentle. Yes. Luna stepped away, and her calm returned like a cloak. Sleep, she said. Harry's voice was quiet. Luna, she paused at the curtain. Yes. Harry hesitated. Then he said, honest and blunt. Thank you. Luna's smile warmed. You are welcome. She slipped out. Harry lay back and stared at the ceiling. His body still hurt. His wrist still throbbed. His ribs still ached. But the ache in his chest was different now. Not gone. Just changed shape. The weeks after the first task were worse than the fight. Slytherins called him a cheat and a freak. Some Gryffindors stared like they wanted to challenge him. Some Ravenclaws watched him like he was a puzzle. Some Hufflepuffs defended him, but even that defense came with tension, like they were afraid they would be punished for standing too close. Ron barely spoke to him. Hermione spoke to him more, usually in the library, voice brisk and determined, always with a book open and her brow furrowed. Cedric worked with Harry when he could, offering practical help, offering someone steady nearby when the castle felt like a mouth closing. Luna stayed close in her own way. She never clung. She appeared when Harry's shoulders tightened. She left when he needed quiet. She looked at him like she saw through the stories and did not care. One night in mid-December, the Yule Ball was announced. The Great Hall buzzed like a hive. Older students started pairing off instantly. Fleur turned half the heads in the room without even trying. Victor was surrounded by giggling girls who did not understand he was bored. Cedric was asked by Cho Chang, and he said yes with a polite smile that looked like it cost him something. Harry watched it and felt the thread twitch, the kind that led to trouble. Hermione was asked by Victor, and she tried to pretend she was not pleased. Ron looked like he might choke on his own jealousy. Harry did not plan to go. He told himself it did not matter. It was a dance, a distraction, a part of the tournament meant to make it feel like fun while people bled. Then Bagman cornered him in the corridor and said brightly, "You must attend, Potter. Champions are required." Tradition. Harry stared at him. "I do not care about tradition." Bagman's smile faltered. "Yes, well, the contract cares." Harry's jaw tightened. He walked away, fury simmering under his skin. He found Luna that evening sitting in the Ravenclaw common room entrance area. Not inside, just near, as if she had guessed he would come. Harry stopped in front of her. "I have to go." Luna looked up from the magazine she was holding. "To the ball." Harry nodded once. "Yes." Luna's eyes were calm. "Do you want to go?" Harry's voice was flat. "No." Luna nodded as if that made perfect sense. "Do you want someone you trust beside you?" Harry's throat tightened. "Yes." Luna's mouth twitched. "Then ask me." Harry stared at her. He had faced a dragon. He had faced a hall full of strangers chanting his name. He had faced a contract that wanted him dead. This felt harder. Harry swallowed. "Will you go to the ball with me?" Luna smiled, soft and bright. "Yes." Harry's shoulders eased by a fraction. Luna stood, magazine tucked under her arm. "What will you wear?" Harry stared. "Clothes." Luna's eyes widened slightly. "Very helpful." Harry's mouth twitched faintly. "I have my clan formal things." Luna nodded, pleased. "Good. Wear them. People will stare anyway. You might as well give them something worth staring at." Harry did not like that she was right. The night of the Yule Ball, Hogwarts looked different. The Great Hall was transformed into a winter space. Ice sculpted along the walls. Enchanted snow falling from the ceiling that melted before it hit the floor. The air was cool and smelled faintly of pine. Harry walked in wearing dark wool formal clothes from the north, heavy and fitted, practical even when dressed up. His rune cord sat at his wrist like a quiet warning. His hair was tied back, not neatly, but controlled. His Filja stayed in the shadow near the entrance, watching. It would not follow him onto the dance floor. It understood boundaries. It also understood threats. Students turned to look anyway. Whispers rose. Harry ignored them. Luna arrived a minute later. She wore pale silver that caught the light like moon on snow. Her hair was loose, and she had small beads woven into it, simple and strange. She looked like herself, only sharper, like she had decided to be seen on purpose. Harry's breath caught. Luna walked up to him and looked him over, calm as ever. "You look like someone who would bite a king." Harry blinked. "That is a strange compliment." Luna smiled. "It is a good one." Harry's mouth twitched. "You look—" He hesitated, because he did not have words for this kind of thing. "You look like winter." Luna's cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you." They moved into the hall together. Cedric stood near the center with Cho, looking handsome and tense. Victor stood awkwardly in formal clothes that did not suit him. Hermione beside him, hair curled, face flushed, looking like she was trying not to grin. Ron stood near the punch, miserable, eyes tracking Hermione like it physically hurt. Harry watched it all and felt threads everywhere, twisting, knotting, catching. Luna touched Harry's sleeve lightly. "Do not stare too hard," she murmured. "People can feel it." Harry looked at her. "You can feel it." Luna's smile was small. Yes, the music began. Couples moved to the dance floor. Harry did not know the steps. He did not want to know. Luna held out her hand. Harry stared at it for a second, then took it. Her fingers were warm. They stepped onto the floor. At first, Harry moved stiffly, like his body did not trust softness. Luna guided him without pushing, her hand on his shoulder light. "You are thinking too much," Luna said. Harry's voice was quiet. "If I stop thinking, I die." Luna's eyes met his. "Not here." Harry swallowed. He forced his shoulders to lower. The dance shifted, and Luna changed the pattern. It was not a standard ballroom step anymore. It was something older, a circle and turn that felt like the North, like a ritual dance under stars. Harry's body recognized it before his mind did. His feet moved more naturally. His breath steadied. Luna's smile widened, soft. "There." Harry's voice was rough. "How do you know this?" Luna's eyes were bright. "I listen. Things teach you when you stop trying to control them." Harry's chest tightened. He hated that she made sense. They turned together, close enough that Harry could hear Luna's breath. For a moment, the hall noise faded. The crowd became a blur. The lights became distant. It was just them. Harry leaned in, voice low. "If this is a trap, I will burn the whole hall down." Luna's smile did not falter. "If this is a trap, I will bite with you." Harry stared at her. "You keep saying bite." Luna's eyes crinkled slightly. "It is a useful word." Harry's mouth twitched. The song ended. Applause rose. Harry stepped back, breathing hard, not from exhaustion, but from the simple fact of being seen. Luna's hand lingered in his for a second longer than it needed to. Then she let go. They moved toward the edge of the hall, away from the densest crowd. Ron's voice suddenly cut through the noise, sharp and bitter. "Nice one, Hermione." Hermione's face tightened. "Ron, do not start." Ron's voice rose. "I am not starting. I am finishing. You didn't even tell me." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Tell you what?" "That Victor asked me. You would have mocked me. You mock everything." Victor shifted awkwardly, looking like he wanted to leave. Ron's face was red. "You just want to make me look stupid." Hermione's voice went colder. "You do that yourself." Harry watched it for a moment, then looked away. He did not want to be pulled into their mess. "Not tonight." Luna touched his arm lightly. "Come," she said. "It is too loud." Harry followed. They slipped out into the courtyard. The air outside was cold and clean. Snow drifted lightly, real snow this time, settling on stone. The castle behind them hummed with music and voices. Harry stood still, breathing in cold until his chest stopped feeling tight. Luna stood beside him, hands tucked into her sleeves. Harry's voice was quiet. "I do not like crowds." Luna nodded. "They feel like hands." Harry glanced at her. "Yes." Luna's eyes were calm. We can be alone without being lonely. Harry's throat tightened. He looked at her face, pale in the snowlight. Luna, he said. She looked at him. Yes. Harry hesitated. Then he leaned in and kissed her again. This time longer, more certain. Luna's hands rose and rested lightly on his shoulders, not holding him, just steadying. Harry felt his own body relax in a way it rarely did. When they pulled back, Luna smiled, soft. Harry's voice was rough. This will make people stare more. Luna shrugged. Let them. Harry stared at her, and something in his chest warmed despite the cold. A distant shout echoed from inside, and Harry felt the thread tug again, sharp and wrong. His scar warmed. Harry's jaw tightened. It is not done. Luna's eyes sharpened. No. Harry looked toward the dark edge of the grounds, toward the forest. I need to know who put my name in, Harry said. Luna nodded. Yes. Harry's voice went flat. I will look tonight. Luna did not argue. She only said, do not go alone. Harry looked at her. It is safer alone. Luna's gaze held steady. It is not safer when you are being hunted by someone who knows that. Harry's fingers curled. He wanted to refuse. He wanted to keep her out of it. But the thread tugged, and he knew the hunter would watch her anyway, whether Harry wanted it or not. Fine, Harry said. Stay close. Later, after the ball ended and the castle settled into a sleepy hum, Harry and Luna slipped out quietly and moved toward the edge of the forest. They stopped at the treeline. The air here was colder. The trees were black silhouettes against the sky. Harry crouched, pulling rune stones from his pocket and placing them on the ground in a small circle. Essay. Algiz. Kenes. Thurises. Laguz. Stones of names, stones of rules. Luna stood behind him, watching, silent. Harry closed his eyes. He breathed in, slow. He let the threads rise in his mind. At Hogwarts, threads were everywhere. They tangled in corridors, wrapped around doors, drifted through rooms. The castle itself had a weave old and heavy. Harry reached for that weave the way he had been taught in the north, careful, respectful, but determined. He let his mind slip into trance. The world shifted. He saw the castle not as stone and light, but as a net of strings. Some bright, some dark, some thick with history. He reached for the thread tied to the goblet. It was there, a thick knot of blue flame memory, still warm in the air of the entrance hall even weeks later. He followed the thread backward. It pulled him through corridors, through the memory of footsteps, through the echo of a hand placing parchment. He saw flashes, a cloaked shape, quick movement, a gloved hand. He pushed deeper. His scar pulsed hot. A face flickered in the weave, not clear, shifting like smoke. Then a different thread cut across it, sharp and strong, like a rope thrown over smaller strings. An eye, a spinning eye that did not belong to the castle. Harry's breath hitched, even in trance. He followed the eye. It led to a man's presence like a jagged line through the weave. Alastair Moody, but the thread was wrong. It did not match the face. Harry pushed harder, and the weave responded. He saw the flask. He saw a hand lifting it. He saw the liquid glinting pale. He saw the magical eye swivel, watching. He saw a laugh that did not match the voice. Harry's scar burned. He jerked back out of trance with a sharp inhale. The forest air hit his lungs like ice. His hands trembled. Blood ran from his nose again, slow and warm. Luna crouched instantly beside him, hand hovering near his shoulder. Harry! Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand, breathing hard. It is him, Harry said, voice rough. It is Moody. Luna's eyes widened slightly. Moody is an Orr. People trust him. Harry's voice went colder. It is not him. Luna blinked. What? Harry's fingers clenched around Algi's stone until it hurt. Someone is wearing him like skin. Luna stared at Harry's face, then nodded slowly, as if that strange truth fit into a place in her mind that had been waiting. We should tell Dumbledore, Luna said. Harry's jaw clenched. Dumbledore watches me like I am a threat. He will not believe me. Luna's voice stayed calm. He might. Harry's scar pulsed. He remembered the way Dumbledore's mind magic brushed his wards, polite but persistent. He remembered Dumbledore's calm words and the weight behind them. Harry shook his head. If I tell him and he is wrong, the traitor will know I see them. Luna's eyes sharpened. And if you tell no one, you carry it alone. Harry's voice went flat. I can carry it. Luna's mouth tightened. You should not have to. Harry did not answer. He gathered the stones quickly, fingers shaking, and stood. His filger rose too, stepping out of shadow, body tense. Harry looked toward the castle, lights glowing warm, innocent, lying. We will watch, Harry said. Luna nodded. Yes, they started back toward the castle. Halfway across the grounds, Harry felt it. A gaze, not normal eyes, the magical eye. Harry stopped, body going still. His filger froze beside him, head turning slightly. Luna paused, breath held. Harry turned his head slowly. Moody stood near the edge of the path, half in shadow, staff planted in the ground. His face was unreadable. His magical eye whirled, locking onto Harry with a precise, hungry focus. Moody's voice rasped through the night. Out late, Potter. Harry's pulse stayed steady, but his skin prickled. He kept his hands visible. He kept his stance grounded. He could feel Luna behind him, close, silent, ready. Harry met Moody's gaze. So are you. Moody's mouth twisted, almost a grin. I go where I want. I'm staff. Harry's voice was flat. And I am a champion. The contract lets me go where I want to. Moody's magical eye spun, flicking to Luna, then to Harry's pocket, then back to Harry's scar. Moody's voice went low. You're learning. Harry stared at him. I learned before you arrived. Moody's grin widened slightly. Then, just for a fraction, Harry felt the thread behind that grin. Not Moody's. Something else. Something cold and pleased. Harry's scar burned hot. Moody's voice dropped, rough and almost gentle. Careful, Potter. Curiosity gets kids killed. Harry's voice did not change. Then you should be careful. I am very curious. The magical eye whirled faster, like it was laughing without sound. Moody leaned forward slightly, and in the cold air, Harry smelled that bitter chemical scent again. Moody's hand brushed the flask at his hip. Harry's filge's teeth bared, silent. Luna's hand touched Harry's sleeve from behind, a small steadying pressure. Moody's voice was quiet now, sharp as a knife. Get back inside. Harry held his gaze. Why? Are you afraid I will see something? Moody's grin flickered. For a moment it looked too young, too eager. Then it was gone, replaced by the scarred mask again. Moody's voice turned hard. Inside. Now. Harry did not move. The night held its breath. Harry felt the threads tighten around them, like the castle itself was listening. Moody's magical eye stared straight into Harry, unblinking, and Harry realized with a cold drop in his stomach that the trap had noticed he was watching back. The golden egg screamed. Harry's hands jerked on instinct, shoulders tightening, because the sound was not normal sound. It went straight under his skin. The empty classroom shook with it, old stone walls catching the noise and throwing it back harder. Luna flinched too, even though she tried not to. Harry snapped the egg shut, and the scream died so fast the silence felt like a hit. He breathed through his nose, slow. His scar prickled like a warning bell. Luna pressed her palm against the desk to steady herself. That was rude. Harry set the egg down like it might bite him. It wants me to panic. It wants everyone to panic, Luna said, eyes on the egg. That is what this place does when it thinks fear is entertaining. Harry stared at the egg for a moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out Legoo's. The stone was smooth and cold, like river rock in winter. Luna watched him roll it between his fingers. Water. Harry nodded once. It is the only way we hear what it says without it trying to crack my skull. Luna leaned her head slightly. Do you have water? Harry looked at the side table near the window where a wide metal basin sat, probably used for cleaning brushes in art classes. He had filled it earlier from a nearby tap, and now the surface was still, a dark mirror under the cloudy light. He pointed at it. There. Luna moved closer, careful. Are you sure this is allowed? Harry looked at her. Are you planning to tell them? Luna's mouth twitched. No. Then it is allowed, Harry said. He crouched beside the basin and set the egg down next to it. His fingers curled around Legoo's. He could feel the rune wake, not like a spell building, but like a rule being remembered. Harry glanced at Luna. If it screams again, do not let your breathing go fast. Luna blinked. I breathe fine. Harry's gaze stayed flat. You breathe fine when you are calm. Luna's eyes widened slightly. Oh, Harry did not smile. Yes, he pressed Leguz between his fingers, dipped his hand into the basin, and whispered the name like it was a promise. The water did not freeze. It did not boil. It just changed. The surface thickened, not in texture, in meaning, like it was now listening. Harry took the egg in both hands and lowered it into the basin. The egg fought him at first, tilting, trying to rise, like it hated being submerged. Harry forced it down until the top half was underwater. Then he opened it. The scream came again, but it was muffled, turned into something else. Not words at first. Notes. A thin, haunting melody that made Harry's teeth ache. Luna leaned in, eyes half closed. She listened like she was listening to wind through trees. Harry held the egg under the water, jaw clenched, and the song shifted into clearer shapes. A voice, layered and strange, like it came from deep places. Come seek us where our voices sound, the song said, pulling at the air. We cannot sing above the ground. Harry held his breath, listening hard, because the words were slippery. The voice continued. An hour long you have to look, it sang. And to recover what we took. Luna's eyebrows rose. They took something. Harry's eyes stayed on the egg. They will take someone. The song kept going, mocking and calm at the same time. Come, seek us in the lake, it sang. And you will see what is at stake. Harry shut the egg and pulled it out of the basin. The sound cut off, and the quiet returned. Water dripped from the egg onto the stone floor. Harry's wrist ached from holding it down. He set it back on the desk and stood. Luna stared at him. They are going to take someone from you. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes. Luna stepped closer, eyes searching his face. Who? Harry's scar pulsed. He felt it like a tug. He could already see pieces of it, flickers that made his stomach feel hollow. A red head underwater, pale girl's face, a laugh cut off too soon. I do not know which one is mine, Harry said. But I know what the lake wants. Luna's voice was quiet. It wants you to choose. Harry nodded once. And it wants me to fail. Luna looked at the egg, then back at Harry. So what do you do? Harry pulled another rune stone out, turning it in his hand, then shook his head like he was irritated with himself. I do not have time for clever, he said. I have time for breathing. Luna's mouth twitched. That is not clever. That is basic. Harry's eyes flicked to her. Basic wins fights. Luna smiled like she liked that answer. The door creaked. Harry's body shifted instantly, shoulders squaring, hand tightening around the stone. Hermione stepped in, hair messy, cheeks flushed like she had run here. She froze when she saw the wet egg and the basin. You opened it. Harry said nothing. Hermione's eyes shot to Luna. You were helping him. Luna blinked. Yes. Hermione's face did that thing it always did when she was choosing between arguing and working. Her jaw tightened. Then she forced herself forward. What did it say? Hermione demanded. Harry kept his voice calm. Under the lake. 1 hour. Hermione's eyes widened. The second task is underwater. Harry nodded. Hermione started talking fast, hands moving like she was organizing her thoughts in the air. All right then. We need a method for sustained breathing. Gillyweed could work, but it is difficult to obtain. The bubble head charm is an option. Cedric will probably use that. Victor might use transfiguration. Fleur might use a charm on her lungs. Harry watched Hermione's mouth move. It was useful. It was noise. He waited until she paused to breathe. I will use Leguz, Harry said. Hermione frowned hard. A rune for water. Harry nodded once. Hermione stared like she wanted to argue that this was not how magic should be done, then stopped herself. Fine, she said. Fine. How long can it last? Harry's voice was blunt. Long enough. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That is not a number. Harry looked at her. The lake is old. It will push back. I will feel it. I will adjust. Hermione exhaled sharply. I hate that you treat danger like it is a weather report. Harry's scar pricked again, and he looked at Hermione properly. Do you want me to lie and pretend this is fun? Hermione's mouth tightened. No. Luna watched them both, calm. Hermione wants you to survive, she said, like it was simple. Hermione flushed. Of course I do. Harry looked away. Then help me survive. Not by panicking, but by thinking. Hermione swallowed, then nodded. All right. She walked to the desk, leaned closer to the egg, and peered at it like she wanted to open it again. Harry's hand shot out and stopped her. Hermione blinked. What? Harry's voice went cold. Do not open it in air. Hermione's cheeks reddened. I was not going to. Harry held her gaze. You were. Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. Then she looked away like she had been caught. Fine. I was considering it. Luna's mouth twitched. It would have screamed again. Hermione glared at Luna. Yes. Thank you. Luna blinked innocently. You are welcome. Harry picked up the egg and the basin, then looked at Hermione. Where is Cedric? Hermione answered instantly. In the library. He has been reading about water charms, water creatures, anything he can get his hands on. Harry nodded once. We go. Hermione stared. Now. Harry's voice stayed even. Now. The library smelled like paper and dust and old magic that had been trapped in bindings. Cedric was at a table near the back, 3 books open, parchment covered in notes. His hair was damp like he had splashed water on his face. He looked up when Harry approached, eyes sharp. You solved it. Harry set the egg down carefully. Under the lake. 1 hour. Cedric's jaw tightened. Right? Hermione sat hard in the chair beside Cedric. He is using Leguz. Cedric blinked. Leguz. Harry nodded. Cedric leaned forward, voice low. All right, that covers breathing. What about the hostages? They will take someone important. They will tie them down. You will have to cut them free. Harry's fingers brushed the rune cord on his wrist. I will see them before I reach them. Cedric's expression did not change, but his eyes softened slightly. Your sight. Harry nodded. Hermione's voice went tight. That does not mean nothing can surprise you. Harry looked at her. I know. Cedric glanced between them. We need to talk about the lake itself. Grindylows. Merpeople. Things that bite. Harry's voice was flat. If they bite, I bite back. Cedric's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. That is one plan. Hermione pushed a book toward Harry. Read this. Harry did not touch it. Tell me what matters. Hermione looked offended on principle, then forced herself to flip through the pages and point. Grindylows can grab your ankles and drag you down. They have long fingers, they are fast, and they are usually near vegetation and rocks. Harry nodded once. Hermione continued. Merpeople are not obligated to help you. They will not attack you unless you attack them. But they will watch. Cedric added quietly. And the lake water is cold enough to lock your muscles if you panic. Harry's jaw tightened. I do not panic. Hermione's eyes flicked to him. You do. You just do it quietly. Harry stared at her. Cedric cut in before it became a fight. What are you doing for light? Underwater will be dark. Harry pulled Kenas out and held it between his fingers. This. Hermione leaned forward. Kenas is fire. Harry's voice stayed calm. Kenas is a torch. It does not need oxygen. It is not burning air. It is burning the rule that says dark stays dark. Hermione stared, then nodded slowly like she hated that she understood. All right, but if you light the lake, you will draw attention. Harry looked at her. Good. Cedric's eyebrows rose. Good. Harry's eyes were cold. If the lake is watching me, the lake will not miss what matters. Hermione's hands clenched. You mean you want the creatures to focus on you so the others can breathe? Harry did not deny it. Cedric's voice went tight. Harry. Harry met his gaze. Cedric. They want me dead. That is not a rumor. They forced me into this. I can spend the whole hour fighting shadows, or I can make myself the loudest thing in the water and take control. Cedric stared at him for a long moment, then nodded once. Slow. All right. But you do not do it stupidly. Harry's mouth twitched. I do not do anything stupidly. People just call it stupid because they are afraid. Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it. She looked down at her notes, breathing hard. Luna sat at the edge of the table, quiet, watching. She reached out and touched Harry's wrist lightly, just above the rune cord. Harry's breath hitched, but he did not pull away. Luna's voice was soft. "You will come back." Harry looked at her. "Yes." Hermione looked up sharply. Her eyes flicked to Luna's hand, then to Harry's face. She did not say anything. She just looked tired. Cedric cleared his throat. "We should discuss the third task too," he said, like he was trying to stay practical. "The maze. It will be worse." Harry's scar pulsed, and for a second he saw tall hedges, darkness, screaming, and a cup glittering like a mouth. Harry's jaw clenched. "I know." Cedric watched him closely. "You are seeing it." Harry did not answer. Hermione's voice went careful. "Harry, whatever you are seeing, you have to tell us." Harry stared at the table. His hand curled into a fist. Luna spoke instead, calm and blunt. "He sees a rope pulling Cedric." Cedric went still. Hermione's face drained of color. "What?" Harry's eyes snapped to Luna. "Luna." Luna met his gaze without flinching. "You were going to tell them later. Later is where traps live." Harry's throat tightened. He looked at Cedric. Cedric's voice was quiet. "A rope pulling me where?" Harry swallowed. "To the cup." Cedric stared. "The cup is the goal." Harry's voice went colder. "The cup is a door." Hermione's hands trembled on her notes. "A port key." Harry nodded once. Cedric leaned back slowly, breathing in, then out. "So someone wants both champions at the end." Harry's scar burned. "Yes." Hermione's voice went sharp. "Then do not touch it." Cedric's eyes met Harry's. "If it is the only way out of the maze, we might have to." Harry's jaw clenched. "We will not touch it together." Cedric's mouth tightened. "Harry." Harry leaned in, voice low. "If I am right, you touch it and you die." The table went quiet. Hermione's face looked like she wanted to scream. Luna watched Harry like she was holding a thread of him in her hand. Cedric held Harry's gaze for a long time, then nodded once, slow. "All right," he said. "If you tell me to stop, I stop." Harry's chest eased by a fraction. Hermione exhaled shakily. "Thank you." Harry looked at Hermione. "You will not tell Ron." Hermione flinched. "He is our friend." Harry's voice was flat. "He does not believe me." Hermione's jaw tightened. "He is being an idiot." Harry nodded. "Yes." Hermione looked down at her hands, then up. "Fine," she said tight. "I will not tell him if you think it will make things worse." Harry did not like that she looked hurt by it, but he did not change his mind. The day of the second task, the air around the lake felt sharp, like the cold wanted to scrape skin. The stands were packed. Teachers stood in a line near the water, wands ready, faces tense. Harry stood in the champions area with the other three. Cedric was pale but steady. Victor looked like he would rather punch the lake. Fleur looked angry, like the weather had personally offended her. Bagman bounced on his toes, trying to smile like the cold could not touch him. "All right, champions," he said. 1 hour. Retrieve what was taken. Return it to the surface. Simple. Fleur's eyes narrowed. "It is not simple." Bagman laughed too loudly. "Well, it is straightforward." Harry stared at the water. The surface was flat and black, reflecting a gray sky. He could feel what waited below, like teeth hidden under a tongue. Moody stood near the edge of the stands, magical eye swiveling. When it locked onto Harry, Harry felt his scar pulse and his stomach go cold. Not fear. Recognition. Harry looked away first because he refused to give the Watcher what it wanted. Cedric's voice murmured beside him. "You ready?" Harry nodded once. Luna was in the stands, not with the Ravenclaws but closer, near the middle. She sat alone like she did not care who stared. When Harry looked up, her eyes met his steady. She lifted 2 fingers slightly, a small gesture, like she was tying an invisible knot. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded back once. The whistle blew. Victor went first, diving without hesitation. Fleur stepped in next, murmuring something under her breath, then slipping under the surface with a smooth motion. Cedric took a breath, cast his charm, and plunged. Harry stood still for half a second, feeling the lake stare at him. Then he stepped forward and dropped into the water. The cold hit like a fist, punched the air out of his lungs. His muscles clenched. For one dangerous moment, his body wanted to panic. Harry forced his mouth shut, forced his breathing to stop, forced his mind to go flat. He pressed Leguz to his palm and whispered the name underwater. The rune flared, not with light, with permission. His lungs loosened, water pressed into his mouth and nose, and instead of choking, his body adjusted, like it had been waiting for this rule. The burn in his chest eased, replaced by a heavy, steady pull, like breathing through thick air. Harry opened his eyes. The lake was dark. Not empty, but dark in the way deep water is dark, full of shapes and slow movement. Harry pressed Kenas against his fingers and whispered. A glow bloomed in the water around him, cold gold and pale blue. Not fire, not flame, just light that cut through the black. The world snapped into view. Tall weeds swayed like hair. Rocks jutted up. A sunken log lay on the lakebed, half covered in silt, and eyes watched him from between stones. Grindylows. They clung to rocks like spiders, long arms folded, thin bodies sharp. When Kenas lit the water, they reacted instantly, hissing silently, and then they moved. Harry's heart slammed once, hard. His scar prickled. He kicked down, not up, forcing depth, forcing space. His robe dragged, heavy, trying to pull him back. A Grindylow grabbed his ankle. His fingers were cold and strong. Harry's body reacted without thought. He twisted, kicked, and reached down with his free hand, grabbing Thurisaz. He pressed it into the Grindylow's wrist and whispered. Pain like a sharp crack shot through the creature. Not blood, not gore, but a nerve shock, a rule that said grip becomes weakness. The Grindylow's fingers spasmed. Harry yanked his leg free and kicked forward, driving himself through the weeds. More shapes came. 2 Grindylows rushed him from the side. One grabbed his robe, trying to pull him down. The other lunged for his wrist, aiming for the rune cord. Harry's jaw clenched. He slammed Algies into his palm. A ward snapped out around him, not saying no to the lake, but saying no to them. The Grindylows hit the edge of it like they had slammed into glass. The ward shuddered. Harry's arm burned. He pushed harder, and the ward held long enough for him to move again. Harry kicked down and forward, eyes scanning. Threads floated through the water, faint and shifting. They were harder to read here, because the lake was old and full of its own weave, but he could still see the shape of what mattered. A thick pull toward the center. A cluster of life. A rope of fear. Harry followed it. The Grindylows kept coming, frustrated now. They circled him, darting in and out, trying to find gaps. Harry did not give them gaps. He kept Kenas burning, kept Algies ready, kept Leguz steady. He could feel the cost building. Not just fatigue. The lake pushed against him. The deeper he went, the heavier his blood felt. His nose started to bleed, thin and dark underwater. He ignored it. The light from Kenas lit the weeds in sharp lines, and the lake floor shifted into a clearer path. Harry saw movement ahead, bigger than Grindylows, slow and deliberate. Mare people. They moved like shadows with spears. Their faces were not pretty. Their eyes were old. Their hair drifted. Their mouths were thin. Harry slowed because this was where mistakes became permanent. A merperson swam closer, spear angled, not attacking, but warning. Harry lifted his hands slightly, showing he was not reaching for a weapon. He let Kenas dim a fraction, not turning off, but softening. The merperson's eyes flicked to the light, then to Harry's face, then to the rune cord. Its mouth opened, and its voice came out as a sound that made Harry's bones ache. Not words he understood, but intent. Do not come closer. Harry nodded once, slow. Then he pointed down, toward the direction his threads pulled. The merperson tilted its head, watching him. Another merperson swam closer, eyes narrowing, spear tip drifting toward Harry's chest. Harry's scar pulsed. He felt the lake testing him. Harry pulled ISA from his pocket and held it up, not like a threat, like a statement. The water around his hand cooled. Not freezing, just colder. A warning of winter. The merpeople paused. Harry's voice in his head was steady. I do not want to fight you. I will if I must. The first merperson moved aside, just a little, opening a path. Harry kicked forward. The merpeople followed at a distance, watching. The lake floor dipped, and the water grew darker, heavier. Kennas brightened again, and the light cut through the black. Then Harry saw them, for figures tied to stone statues, arms bound, hair floating. They hung suspended above the lakebed like bodies in a nightmare. For a second, Harry's breath hitched, even though Leguz kept him breathing. Ron, Hermione, Cho-Chang, and Luna. Harry's throat tightened so hard it hurt. Luna's face was calm, but her eyes were closed. Her hair drifted around her head like pale smoke. Harry's scar burned. The Grindylows swarmed the statues, guarding them like dogs. Harry's mind went cold. He went for Luna. A Grindylow lunged, grabbing his wrist, trying to twist his hand away from the rune stones. Harry's jaw clenched, and he drove Thurisaz into its palm again. The creature spasmed and let go. Two more came, one for his ankle, one for his shoulder. Harry slammed Algiz out, ward snapping, and it shoved them back. The ward buckled under the pressure of three bodies hitting it at once, and Harry's arm shook violently. He pushed through the shake and kicked forward, closing the distance. A merperson's spear slid into view, blocking his path. The merperson stared at him, eyes flat, and the intent hit him again. Only take what is yours. Harry stared back. He thought of Ron, tied and helpless, face pale underwater. He thought of Hermione, who had stayed up for him, who had been furious and loyal and stubborn. He thought of Cedric, who had believed him. He thought of this stupid tournament. Then he looked at Luna. His chest tightened. Harry lifted his hand and pointed at Luna. The merperson watched him for a long moment, then shifted the spear aside. Harry kicked forward fast, because he knew the lake would change its mind if he hesitated. He reached Luna's bindings. Thick ropes, slick with algae, wrapped around her wrists and waist, tied to the stone. Harry pulled a small bone knife from his sleeve, something the clan had given him, sharp and plain. He hooked it under the rope and sliced. The rope resisted, tight and wet. Harry pressed Kennas against the blade, whispering low. The blade warmed just enough to cut clean. The rope snapped. Luna drifted forward, body loose, and Harry caught her automatically, one arm wrapping around her waist. Her eyes opened. Even underwater, she looked at him like she was not surprised. Harry's throat tightened. He pressed his forehead briefly to hers, a short touch, then pulled back. He started kicking up. The lake fought him instantly. Grindylows swarmed, angry now, hands grabbing for Luna's ankles, grabbing for Harry's robe, trying to drag them back down. Harry's heart slammed hard. He tightened his grip around Luna, pulled Algiz up again. The ward snapped out, but under this many hands it shook like it was about to break. Harry could feel his wrist burning like a wire had been wrapped around it and pulled. Luna's hand touched his cheek, a small grounding touch. Her eyes stayed calm. Harry clenched his jaw and pushed. He kicked upward, hard, dragging them through the weeds. A Grindylow's fingers hooked into his robe and yanked. The fabric tore. Harry did not stop. He pressed Thurisaz into the water behind him and whispered. The water itself did not become a weapon. The rule did. The space behind him turned hostile to anything grabbing, and the Grindylows jerked away, hissing silently. Harry's nose bled harder, and his vision blurred at the edges. He kept going. Light from Kennas pierced up toward the surface, faint now, but still there. Then the surface shattered above them, and air exploded into sound. Harry broke through first, dragging Luna up with him, gasping even though he had been breathing underwater. His body did not know how to switch fast. It just wanted oxygen. The crowd roared. Luna coughed hard, water spilling from her mouth, and then she laughed once, breathless. Harry held her for 1 second longer than he needed to. Then he let go and shoved her toward the judges' platform where teachers rushed forward. McGonagall grabbed Luna immediately, hauling her in, wand already moving to check her. Harry stumbled toward the shore, chest heaving. Bagman was shouting his name like he was trying to make it exciting. People screamed, cheered, booed. Harry could not separate the sounds. He scanned the water instantly. Cedric broke the surface next, dragging Cho Chang. Victor surfaced with Hermione, and Hermione coughed and then immediately started yelling at Victor, even while she was shaking. Fleur burst up last, alone, face twisted with fury, hands clawing at the water like she wanted to tear it apart. She screamed something sharp in French. Bagman's voice stuttered. Well, she seems to have returned, empty-handed, but she is safe, which is what matters. Fleur's eyes flashed like she might hex him. Harry's knees buckled. He dropped to one knee on the grass, shaking, water streaming from his hair and robe. His fingers cramped around the rune stones. His scar pulsed hot. Luna was on the platform, wrapped in a blanket now. She turned her head and looked at him. Her lips moved. You came. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once, then looked away because the crowd was too loud and his chest felt raw. Madame Pomfrey shoved through and grabbed Harry's arm. Hospital wing, she snapped. You are bleeding. Harry tried to pull away. I am fine. Pomfrey's glare could have stripped paint. You are not fine. Harry's voice was rough. Luna. Pomfrey glanced at Luna, then back at Harry. She is breathing. She is alive. You, however, look like you are about to collapse again. Harry's jaw clenched, but he let Pomfrey drag him. As Pomfrey hauled him up the path, Harry caught sight of Moody near the stands. The magical eye locked onto him. Harry's scar burned, and for a moment he saw the graveyard again, saw stone, saw a cauldron, saw a pale thing in it twitching. Harry's stomach dropped. Moody's mouth twisted like a grin. Harry looked away first, but this time it was not because he refused to give him what he wanted. It was because he knew what the Watcher wanted now, to see Harry break. The hospital wing smelled like potions and clean sheets. Pomfrey shoved Harry onto a bed and started waving her wand over him, muttering sharp words under her breath. You are dehydrated, she snapped. You are exhausted. Your magic is doing something I do not like. Drink this. She shoved a potion at him. Harry drank. It was bitter. His stomach clenched. Pomfrey dabbed at his nosebleed, then looked at his wrist and frowned. What is this? She demanded. You have strained something in the tendons. Harry flexed his hand. Pain shot up his arm. He kept his face blank. Pomfrey scoffed. Do not do that. You are not impressing anyone. Harry's voice was flat. I am not trying to impress. Pomfrey huffed. Good. The curtains around his bed were half closed, but he could hear the other champions in the wing. Cedric groaned somewhere to the left. Victor was muttering in Bulgarian. Fleur was swearing softly in French. Hermione appeared at the gap in the curtain like she had forced her way past Pomfrey through sheer will. She was wrapped in a towel, hair dripping, face pale, eyes furious and relieved all at once. You idiot! Hermione hissed. Harry stared at her. Hello! Hermione's jaw clenched harder. Do not hello me. You lit the lake. Harry blinked once. Yes. Hermione threw her hands up, then lowered them, voice shaking. You made every creature under there look at you. Harry nodded. Yes. Hermione leaned closer, voice tight. And it worked. Victor got me out because the Grindylows pulled away. Cedric got Cho out because the mare people stopped harassing him. You pulled Luna out. It worked. Harry's throat tightened. Yes. Hermione's eyes went wet. She looked furious about it. Stop agreeing like a stone. Harry watched her face. Are you crying? Hermione's voice snapped. No. Harry stared. That is a lie. Hermione's cheeks went red. Shut up. Harry's mouth twitched faintly. Hermione exhaled hard. Then her gaze sharpened. Harry. The third task. You were right. Harry's scar pulsed. What? Hermione's voice dropped lower. I watched the judges while we were on the platform. I watched Mr. Crouch. He was not looking at Fleur. He was not looking at Victor. He was looking at you. Harry's stomach tightened. And Moody. Hermione hesitated. Moody was watching too. Harry's voice went colder. Yes. Hermione stared at him. You think it is Moody? Harry's eyes did not flinch. I think it is someone wearing him. Hermione went still. For a second, Her face did not know how to react. Then she whispered, "Polyjuice." Harry nodded once. Hermione's throat bobbed. "That is insane." Harry's voice was blunt. "It is real." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue again, then stopped and swallowed hard. "All right," she said, voice shaky. "All right. We need proof." Harry looked at her. "I am collecting it." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "How?" Harry did not answer. He could not tell her everything. Not because he did not trust her, but because if he trusted her with it, he would drag her into the same fire. Hermione stared at him for a long moment, then nodded sharply. "Fine. But listen to me. The third task is not just hedges. They are putting creatures in it. Spells. Traps. The cup is in the center." Harry's scar burned again, and he saw it, the cup shining like it wanted to be grabbed. Hermione's voice went tight. "If you see something, if you see Cedric being pulled, you have to act." Harry's voice was flat. "I will." Hermione swallowed. "And Ron." Harry's jaw clenched. Hermione's voice went softer. "He is still being stupid. He is still jealous. But when he was in the lake, tied up, he looked scared." Harry stared at the ceiling for a moment. "He should be scared." Hermione's eyes flashed. "So should you." Harry turned his head and looked at her. "I am." Hermione froze. Harry's voice was low and honest. "I am scared every day. I just do not scream." Hermione's throat tightened. She looked away, blinking hard. Then she nodded once, like she had accepted something she did not like. The curtains shifted again. Luna slipped in, blanket wrapped around her shoulders like a cloak. Her hair was damp, her cheeks pink from cold, and her eyes were bright. Pomfrey's voice snapped from across the room. "Miss Lovegood, do not disturb him." Luna nodded politely. "I will not." She walked to Harry's bed and stopped. Her gaze moved over his face, then down to his wrist. "You are hurt," she said. Harry's voice went flat. "Yes." Luna's mouth twitched. "Good." Harry blinked. "Good." Luna nodded. "It means you are not a ghost." Hermione made a small sound like she could not decide if that was funny or alarming. Harry looked at Luna. "Are you all right?" Luna shrugged slightly, blanket shifting. "I was bored." Harry stared at her. Luna's eyes stayed calm. "Being tied up is dull." Harry felt something in his chest loosen and tighten at the same time. Hermione cleared her throat awkwardly. "I should go," she muttered. "Pomfrey is already glaring like she wants to throw me out." Luna blinked. "She will." Hermione glared at Luna. "Yes, thank you again." Luna smiled. "You are welcome." Hermione left, curtain swaying behind her. Luna moved closer and sat on the chair beside Harry's bed. Harry's voice was quiet. "You should not have been in the lake." Luna tilted her head. "I was not in the lake by choice." Harry's jaw clenched. "They took you because of me." Luna stared at him for a long moment, then reached out and touched his hand lightly, careful of his wrist. "They took me because they wanted you to rush," Luna said. "And you did not rush stupidly. You came like a wolf. Wolves do not forget the path." Harry's throat tightened. "I almost lost you." Luna's eyes softened. "You did not." Harry stared at her face, pale in the hospital light. "I saw the maze again." Luna's hand stayed on his. "Yes." Harry's voice went rough. "I see a graveyard too." Luna did not flinch. Her eyes sharpened. "Then it is real." Harry swallowed. "I do not know how to stop it." Luna leaned closer, voice soft but firm. "You stop it the way you stop everything. You do not pretend it is not there." Harry's scar pulsed. Luna's fingers tightened slightly. "If you have a plan, tell me." Harry stared at her hand on his. He hated how much he wanted to tell her everything. He hated how much he needed her steady calm. "I will place a blood rule on myself," Harry said finally. Luna blinked. "Blood rule?" Harry nodded. "If they take my blood, it will not be free." Luna's eyes widened slightly. "That sounds dangerous." Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. "Everything is dangerous." Luna watched him carefully. "Will it hurt?" Harry's jaw clenched. "Yes." Luna nodded once. "I will be near." Harry's breath hitched. "No." Luna's eyes narrowed. "Yes." Harry stared at her. Luna's voice stayed calm. You cannot keep telling me to be safe when the trap already knows my name. Harry's throat tightened. He did not have an answer to that. Luna leaned forward and kissed him, quick and soft, like she was sealing the argument. Harry froze for half a heartbeat, then his shoulders eased. When she pulled back, her cheeks were faintly pink. Now you will not be stupid, she said. Harry stared at her. That is not how it works. Luna smiled. It is how it works for me. Harry's mouth twitched faintly again. Pomfrey's voice snapped. Closer now. Both of you. He needs to rest. Luna stood immediately, blanket shifting. She looked at Harry one more time, eyes steady. Do not let the cup touch you first, she murmured. Harry nodded once. I will not. Luna slipped away. Harry lay back, staring at the ceiling. His scar pulsed, hot and patient. The third task came too fast. The hedges rose on the Quidditch pitch like a wall of green teeth. They were taller than a man, thick, dense, and the air around them smelled like crushed leaves and something darker underneath. The stands were packed again. The sky was clear this time, the sun low and orange, making the maze look almost normal. It was not normal. Harry stood with the other champions at the entrance. Each had their wand. Each had their method. Harry had his rune stones and a cord wrapped around his wrist, and his Filja in the shadow near his feet, restless. Cedric stood beside him, face tight, eyes steady. He glanced at Harry. You still sure? Cedric murmured. Harry's voice was low. About the cup. Cedric nodded once. Yes. Harry's jaw clenched. If I tell you to stop, you stop. Cedric held his gaze. I stop. Fleur rolled her shoulders like she was trying to shake nerves out. Victor stared at the hedge wall like he wanted to punch through it. Bagman stood near the judges, voice booming, trying to make it sound like sport. Champions. The first to touch the Triwizard Cup wins the tournament. Good luck. Harry's scar burned. He saw the cup in his mind, shining, and behind it a graveyard under cold moon. He pressed his fingers to his pocket where a small strip of cloth was folded, stained with his own dried blood and marked with a rune he had carved earlier in silence. In a moment he refused to describe to himself. It was not a symbol drawn for style. It was a contract. If you take my blood, you pay. The whistle blew. Fleur sprinted in first, wand up. Victor followed, shoulders hunched. Cedric took one breath and ran. Harry stepped in last. The hedge swallowed him. Sound shifted instantly. The crowd noise faded into a dull hum, like it was behind thick walls. The air inside the maze was damp and heavy, smelling of soil and leaf rot. Harry's Filja padded beside him, silent. Harry whispered Kenas, and a small glow flared near his hand, just enough to see without shouting his position to every creature. He moved forward, not fast, not slow, listening. A sound came ahead, a whimper. Harry's body tightened. He turned a corner and saw a girl pressed against the hedge wall, wand shaking in her hand, eyes wide. It was not a real girl. It was a boggart. The shape shifted, trying to find what would tear Harry open. For a fraction, it became a graveyard. Pale hand. A rope around Cedric's throat. Harry's scar burned so hard his vision blurred. Then the boggart shifted again, and it was Voldemort's face, white and smiling, eyes like holes. Harry's hands tightened around Thurisaz. He did not raise his wand because he did not have one and he did not need one. He spoke one word, flat and cold. ISA. The air in front of him dropped in temperature. The boggart's shape stuttered like it had hit a wall. It tried to shift again, but the cold held it in place, forcing the rule that fear becomes stillness. The boggart twitched, form collapsing in on itself like it could not decide what to be. Harry stepped closer, heart slamming, and shoved his palm toward it. Algies pressed to his skin. The ward flared not as a shield, as a push. The boggart slammed backward, hit the hedge, and vanished with a sound like a wet breath. Harry exhaled hard. His Filja's ears twitched. A scraping sound echoed from deeper in the maze. Harry moved again, turning corners, keeping his light low. A blast of sparks flashed ahead. Cedric's voice shouted, tight. Stupefy. Harry sprinted, boots hitting damp earth. He rounded a corner and saw Cedric in a small clearing, wand up, face pale. A blast-ended Scroot lurched toward him, armor plated and snapping, tail spitting sparks. Cedric fired again. The spell hit the creature, but it shook it off, pushing forward like it did not care. Harry's jaw clenched. He slammed Thurisaz into the ground. The earth under the Scroot shifted, not erupting, but turning rough and biting. The creature's legs slipped for half a second, losing balance. Cedric took that half second and fired a stronger spell, hitting its underbelly where the plating was thinner. The Scroot shrieked, sparks exploding, then it collapsed with a heavy thud, twitching. Cedric's chest heaved. He turned and saw Harry. His eyes widened. Harry! Harry's voice was low. I told you. If I see you, I stay with you. Cedric swallowed. You should not. Harry stared. You want to die alone. Cedric's mouth tightened. No. Harry nodded once. Then we move together. Cedric looked torn for a second, then nodded. All right. They moved in sync. Cedric slightly ahead with his wand light dimmed. Harry beside him with Kenneth low. Harry's Filja stayed near Harry's legs, silent. Cedric's voice was tight, controlled. You saw that thing coming. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes. Cedric's jaw clenched. So your sight works in here. Harry nodded. It works, but the maze fights it. Cedric frowned. What do you mean? Harry's scar pulsed, and he grimaced. The hedges are enchanted to confuse. They twist threads. They create false paths. Cedric swallowed. Brilliant. Harry's voice was blunt. Stay close. Cedric nodded. They turned another corner, and a thick mist rolled in, cold and wet, swallowing light. Cedric's wand beam vanished into it after a few feet. Cedric's voice went sharp. This is not normal fog. Harry's hands tightened around Leguz. It is meant to separate. Cedric started to step forward, and Harry grabbed his sleeve. Cedric flinched. What? Harry's voice was low. Do not move. Cedric froze. Harry listened. The fog made sound strange, muffled, but Harry could still hear breathing. Not theirs. A low growl. Harry's Filja stiffened. Cedric whispered. What is it? Harry's jaw clenched. Something hunting by sound. A shape lunged out of the fog. Fast. A dark mass with teeth and claws. Cedric shouted and fired a spell, but the fog warped it, bending the line of it just enough that it missed. Harry reacted without thinking. He slammed Kenneth up, flaring it bright. The fog lit up, and the creature screamed, recoiling like light was pain. It was not a dog. It was something worse, like a shadow with a mouth. Harry stepped forward. Isa pressed into his palm. Cold snapped out, striking the creature's limbs like a chain. This movement slowed, stuttering. Cedric took the opening and fired again, hitting it clean. The creature collapsed into smoke and sank into the ground. Gone. Cedric's chest heaved. He looked at Harry with something like awe and fear mixed. That was... Harry cut him off. Move. Cedric swallowed. Right. They pushed through the fog together, not letting it split them. When the air cleared, Harry's scar burned again. He stopped. Cedric nearly bumped into him. Harry. Harry's voice was tight. Wait. Cedric froze. Harry stared ahead. A straight path stretched forward. Hedges pulled back like they were inviting them in. At the end, faintly glowing, was the Tri-Wizard Cup. Cedric's breath caught. We found it. Harry's stomach dropped. The path was too clean. The light was too perfect. The thread around Cedric tightened so hard Harry could almost hear it snap. Harry grabbed Cedric's arm, fingers digging in. No. Cedric stared at the cup like he could not help it. His voice was hoarse. Harry, we can win. Hufflepuff can win. Harry's voice went cold. This is bait. Cedric swallowed. It is the goal. Harry's scar burned like fire. He saw the graveyard again. He saw Cedric's body falling. He saw the rope tightening. Harry's grip on Cedric's arm hardened. Do not go. Cedric's jaw clenched. I have to. It is right there. Harry stepped in front of him. If you touch it, you die. Cedric's eyes snapped to Harry's face. Fear flashed, real this time. Is that what you saw? Harry nodded once. Yes. Cedric's breath shook. Then what do we do? Harry's mind raced. The cup pulled like gravity. It was not just an object. It was an instruction. Touch me. Harry could feel the maze pushing too, like it wanted them to follow the script. Harry's jaw clenched until it hurt. We do not touch it with our hands, Harry said. Cedric blinked. What? Harry reached down, grabbed a thick fallen branch near the hedge base, and held it out. Cedric stared. You want to poke it? Harry's voice was flat. If it is a portkey, contact triggers it. It does not care if it is skin. Cedric swallowed. That still takes us. Harry nodded once. Yes. Cedric's eyes widened. So you are choosing to go. Harry's scar burned. We are already chosen. Cedric's voice went tight. Harry met his gaze. If I go alone, they get what they want. If we go and we are ready, we change the shape. Cedric's hands trembled around his wand. Ready how? Harry's voice dropped. When we land, do not let them separate us. If you feel anything pulling you, you stay with me. Cedric swallowed. All right. Harry's fingers tightened around the branch. He glanced down at his rune stones, then pressed all Algies to his palm hard enough to leave an imprint. A ward shivered to life around them, thin and tight, like a coat pulled close. Cedric stepped closer, shoulder nearly touching Harry's. Harry could feel Cedric's breath. Fast, shaky. Harry looked at him one last time. If you run, you die. Cedric's voice was hoarse. Then I will not run. Harry nodded once. He pushed the branch forward. The tip touched the cup. The world snapped. The ground disappeared. The air turned inside out. Harry's stomach lurched like he was being dragged through a tunnel made of cold. Cedric's hand clamped onto Harry's shoulder hard enough to bruise. Harry's scar burned so hot he thought it might split open. Then they hit the ground. Dirt slammed into Harry's knees. Cold air punched his lungs. The smell changed instantly, from green and damp to earth and stone and something sour. Harry looked up. Gravestones. A graveyard under a black sky. The cup sat a few feet away, dull now, innocent like it had not just eaten them. Cedric's breathing was loud beside him. Where are we? Harry's voice was rough. A trap. Cedric pushed up onto one knee, wand up. Who is there? A laugh came from the darkness. A thin, high laugh that made Harry's skin crawl. A figure stepped into view, hunched, carrying something bundled in cloth. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. Harry's chest tightened with disgust. Wormtail's eyes were wide and shining, like he was terrified and excited at the same time. His wand was in his shaking hand. In his other arm he cradled a bundle. Something moved inside it. Cedric's voice went sharp. Harry. That man is. I know, Harry snapped. Wormtail's voice was breathy. Harry Potter, he said like he was tasting the name. And another. How lucky. Cedric shifted. Wand aimed. Let us go. Wormtail laughed again, shaking. No. Cedric fired without warning. The spell hit Wormtail's chest. Wormtail flew backward, slammed into a tombstone, and collapsed. Cedric's breath heaved. We can run. Harry's scar burned. The rope tightened. Harry spun, scanning, and saw it. Movement behind them. A tall figure stepped out of shadow, face hidden under a hood. A spell hit Cedric from the side before Cedric could react. Green light. A killing curse. Harry's body moved without thought. He shoved Algies out, not as a bubble, but as a wall angled between Cedric and the curse. The curse hit the ward and screamed like a knife across glass. For half a second, Harry thought it would break. Then the cloth in Harry's pocket, the blood-marked rune, flared hot against his skin. The ward twisted. The curse bent. It did not vanish. It did not bounce clean. It shattered into sparks of green that sprayed into the dirt like poison rain. Cedric gasped, stumbling backward. Alive, eyes wide with shock. Harry's arm went numb from the impact. Pain shot up his shoulder. His nose bled instantly. Cedric's voice cracked. Harry. Harry did not answer. The hooded figure stepped closer. Then the hood slid back, and Harry's stomach dropped hard. It was Moody. Moody's scarred face. Moody's hair. Moody's body. But the smile was wrong. Too smooth. Too pleased. The magical eye whirled, locking onto Harry like it was hungry. Good reflexes, Moody said softly. Harry's voice went cold. You are not moody. The smile widened. No, Cedric's wand shook. Professor, the man laughed quietly. Do not call me that. Wormtail groaned behind them, pushing himself up, face twisted. He clutched his chest where Cedric's spell had hit him, then looked at the bundle in his arms like it mattered more than pain. Harry's scar burned hotter. Harry's voice went sharp at Cedric without looking away. Stay behind me. Cedric's breath hitched. What? Harry's jaw clenched. Do it. Cedric moved, stepping behind Harry, wand still up. The fake Moody flicked his wand again. Ropes shot out of the dirt like snakes, wrapping around Cedric's ankles, yanking him down. Cedric hit the ground with a grunt, wand flying. Cedric tried to scramble up, but the ropes tightened, dragging him. Harry lunged to reach him, but another spell hit Harry's chest. Not pain. Wait. Harry's body slammed backward into a tombstone, air knocked out of him. His head cracked against stone. Stars burst in his vision. The fake Moody walked closer, calm, like he had rehearsed this. You were supposed to be alone, he murmured. But I can work with this. Harry's chest heaved. His hands shook as he tried to pull rune stones from his pocket. The fake Moody's wand snapped up, and Harry's wrists were bound instantly, yanked behind him. Something rough cut into his skin. Harry gritted his teeth. Cedric's voice shouted, panicked. Harry! Wormtail crawled closer, clutching the bundle like a baby. Harry turned his head and saw the bundle's cloth shift. Something inside it wriggled. His stomach lurched with disgust. The fake Moody spoke, voice almost gentle. Do not struggle, Potter. You have already done the hard part. You arrived. Harry spat blood onto the dirt. You talk too much. The fake Moody's smile twitched. I have waited a long time. I am allowed to talk. Wormtail's voice shook. Master, he whispered, eyes shining. We have him. Harry's scar burned so hard his vision blurred. Wormtail carried the bundle toward a stone cauldron set in the center of the graveyard, hidden in shadow until now. It was already full of liquid, black and thick, bubbling slowly. A fire burned under it, green and sick. Harry's stomach twisted. Wormtail lowered the bundle into the cauldron. The cloth hit the liquid and dissolved like it was never real. The thing inside dropped into the brew. Harry saw it for 1 second. A small, pale body, not formed properly. Skin stretched, limbs too thin. A face that looked like it had never learned how to be human. It twitched in the cauldron, and the smell in the air turned worse, metallic and rotten. Cedric gagged. Harry's throat clenched, but he forced himself not to retch. He refused to give them that. Wormtail's hands shook as he lifted his wand. His voice trembled with worship. Bone of the Father, he whispered, and he cut into a grave nearby with a spell, tearing out a chunk of bone that floated into his palm. He dropped it into the cauldron. The liquid hissed. The pale thing twitched harder. Wormtail's face was wet with tears. Flesh of the servant, he whispered. He raised a knife. Harry's stomach dropped. Wormtail's hand shook, but he did it anyway. He chopped into his own arm, slicing deep enough that blood spilled fast. Wormtail screamed, high and awful. The flesh dropped into the cauldron. The brew turned brighter, swirling, and the pale thing's movements became stronger. Wormtail sobbed, clutching his ruined arm. Then he looked at Harry, eyes wild. Blood of the enemy, Wormtail whispered, voice shaking. Forcibly taken. Harry felt the fake Moody step closer. A blade pressed to Harry's forearm. Harry's jaw clenched. The blade cut. Pain flashed sharp. Blood ran down his skin, warm, and the cloth in his pocket burned hot, like it was waking. The fake Moody held Harry's arm over the cauldron and let the blood drip in. Wormtail's voice went breathy with joy. Blood given, fate riven. The cauldron erupted. Green fire shot up. The liquid churned like it was alive. The pale thing inside rose, twisting, growing, skin forming, bone stretching, muscle pulling into shape. Harry's scar screamed. The figure climbed out of the cauldron. It was Voldemort, not a ghost, not a shadow. A body, white skin, red eyes, a face like carved stone that hated being alive. He stood dripping, breathing slow, and turned his head toward Harry. His eyes locked on Harry's. Harry's stomach dropped into cold fury. Voldemort smiled. It was not warm. It was not human. It was pleasure like a knife. He stepped forward, bare feet sinking into the dirt, and his voice slid out smooth. Harry Potter. Harry stared back, breathing hard. Voldemort tilted his head slightly, like he was studying a bug. You smell different, he murmured. Not like the boy in my memories. Harry's voice was rough. You smell like rot. Voldemort's smile widened. Bold. He reached for a robe that Wormtail threw toward him, then draped it over his body like it was an afterthought. His movements were calm, precise. He looked at Cedric next, eyes narrowing. And you brought a spare. Cedric's face was pale, ropes tight around him, hands shaking as he tried to reach his wand that lay a few feet away. Voldemort's voice was almost casual. Kill him. Wormtail's eyes widened. Master, Voldemort's gaze snapped to him, and Wormtail flinched like he had been struck. Kill him. Wormtail raised his wand, sobbing, arm bleeding, hand shaking. Harry's chest tightened. The rope around Cedric's throat tightened too, like the graveyard itself wanted to squeeze him. Harry's mind went cold. He could not reach Cedric physically. His hands were bound. But his blood rule was awake now, burning under his skin like a second pulse. Harry focused on it. He whispered one word, not loud, not dramatic. Algize. The blood on his arm heated, and the rune he had carved into his cloth earlier, pressed against his skin, flared like it was drinking the moment. A thin ward snapped out, not around Harry, but around Cedric, angled, tight, desperate. Wormtail's spell fired. Green light hit the ward. The ward screamed, buckled, then twisted, just enough. The curse did not hit Cedric's heart. It slammed into Cedric's shoulder and ripped through him like ice. Cedric screamed and collapsed, body convulsing, alive, but stunned, eyes rolling back. Harry's chest heaved. His vision blurred. He had stopped death. Not cleanly. Not without cost. Voldemort watched, eyes narrowing. Then he smiled again, wider, and Harry's stomach turned. Interesting, Voldemort murmured. You place rules on blood. Harry spat again, breathing hard. You stole my blood. Now it bites you. Voldemort stepped closer, eyes bright with curiosity and anger. I stole your mother's protection once, he said softly. I will steal it again. He raised his wand. Harry's scar burned like it would split. Voldemort's voice turned sharp, commanding. Duel. He flicked his wand, and Harry's binds snapped off his wrists like they had never existed. Harry's hands dropped, free, blood smeared on his palms. Voldemort smiled, almost playful. Pick up your wand. Harry stared at him. I do not use one, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You will. Harry's voice went flat. No. Voldemort's smile twitched. You will bow. Harry's jaw clenched. No. The graveyard went quiet in a way that felt wrong. Even Wormtail stopped breathing loud. Voldemort's face changed. The calm slipped. Rage leaked through. You refuse, Voldemort hissed. Harry's chest heaved. His fingers curled around his rune stones. I refuse to play your game, Harry said, voice rough. You want a story. You want me to look small so you look big. Voldemort's eyes flashed. I do not need you to look small. Harry's voice went colder. Then stop trying. Voldemort lifted his wand. Crucio. Pain exploded through Harry like fire under skin. Harry's body arched. His teeth clenched so hard his jaw hurt. His hands shook violently, rune stones slipping in his palm. He did not scream. He refused. His vision blurred. He tasted blood. Voldemort watched him with a pleased expression, like he was enjoying the shape of suffering. Harry's Filja was not here. The graveyard had cut that connection when it pulled him through. Harry felt the absence like missing ribs. Harry forced his mind to focus anyway. Pain was not a wall. It was a wave. He rode it, barely, and whispered a name through clenched teeth. Isa. Cold snapped into his bones. Not enough to stop the curse, but enough to give him 1 second of control. Harry slammed his palm into the dirt and pressed Thurisaz down hard. The ground in front of Voldemort erupted into jagged spikes of earth, Not tall, but sharp enough to disrupt footing. Voldemort's curse faltered as he stepped back, irritated. Harry's muscles screamed as he forced himself upright, panting, shaking. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "You dare!" Harry's voice was rough. "Yes." Voldemort flicked his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light tore toward Harry. Harry slammed Algiz up, ward snapping into place. The curse hit. The ward shattered. Harry flew backward, slammed into a tombstone hard enough to crack his shoulder. Pain flashed bright. His breath left his lungs. For half a second, everything went gray. Then he heard it. A hiss, sharp, angry. Voldemort's voice. Not triumphant. Not pleased. Burning. Harry blinked hard and looked up. Voldemort was staring at his own hand like it had betrayed him. A thin line of smoke rose from his skin. Where the killing curse had touched Harry's ward, some of the backlash had snapped back through the blood connection. Voldemort's fingers were blistering. He flexed them, jaw tightening, eyes going dark. Harry's blood rule had sunk into the ritual. Harry's mother's old protection, the one Voldemort thought he had stolen clean, had found a new edge. Voldemort stepped forward anyway, fury pushing him. He reached for Harry, hand out like he wanted to grab his throat. The moment Voldemort's fingers brushed Harry's collarbone, his skin sizzled. Voldemort jerked back with a hiss, smoke curling from his hand, the smell sharp and burnt. Harry's breath hitched. He stared at Voldemort's burned fingers. Voldemort stared back, eyes wide with a flash of something close to fear. Then rage swallowed it. "You," Voldemort hissed. "You filthy little—" He cut himself off, jaw snapping shut, because he hated losing control more than he hated Harry. Harry coughed, blood on his lip. He forced himself to stand, shaking. Voldemort's voice went low, deadly. "You think this saves you?" Harry's voice was rough. "It buys me time." Voldemort raised his wand again. Harry's scar burned so hard he saw white. He needed an exit. The cup. It was still there, behind them, dull and waiting. Harry's eyes flicked to Cedric's body on the ground, twitching slightly, alive but barely. Harry's chest tightened. He had not saved Cedric just to leave him. Wormtail was watching, face twisted, arm bleeding, eyes darting between Voldemort and Harry like a rat waiting for permission to run. Harry's mind went cold. He whispered Leguz and flicked water from the damp dirt toward Wormtail's face. It was not a wave. It was a sharp splash that hit Wormtail's eyes and nose, making him flinch and cough. Harry sprinted. Voldemort shouted, furious. "Stop him!" A curse fired and missed by inches, blasting a chunk out of a tombstone beside Harry. Stone exploded into dust. Harry slid on wet dirt, grabbed Cedric under the arms, and hauled him up. Cedric groaned, eyes fluttering. Harry's voice was sharp in Cedric's ear. "Stay with me." Cedric's mouth moved, but no words came out. His body was heavy, half-dead weight. Harry dragged him toward the cup, muscles screaming. Voldemort's curse hit the ground near Harry's feet, exploding dirt upward. Harry stumbled, nearly dropping Cedric. His scar screamed. He shoved Algiz out again, ward flaring just enough to take the edge off another blast. His wrist burned. His shoulder screamed. His lungs felt like they were full of ash. He reached the cup. Harry grabbed the handle with his free hand. Then he hesitated for half a second because he could feel it, the pull. The door. If he touched it wrong, it would split them. Harry tightened his grip on Cedric and pressed Cedric's hand to the cup too. "Together," Harry rasped. The world snapped. Cold tunnel. Stomach lurch. Harry held on like his life depended on it because it did. They hit grass. Noise exploded. The Quidditch pitch.